Father, do you mind if I turn on the radio?
No, I don't. Put it on.
With their new single, here's Radiohead.
From your sleep, the dry your tears today. We escape. We escape. This is the place. Sit down. You say now.
What comes to mind when you hear the name Radiohead? For some, they're merely the creep guys. Others know them as that shitty band their older, fatter brother likes. Some people, like myself, were deeply affected by their music. It's been 30 years since the release of the band's first album, Pablo Honey. The band have released 8 more studio albums in the 3 decades since then, as well as a plethora of other tracks, and this video essay will be an attempt to acknowledge every single one. I'll mainly be focusing on material that has seen at least some kind of public release, so I will not be covering very much from the On a Friday period. Therefore, little mention will be made of this, a track called Philippa Chicken. Or indeed this, which is called Tell Me Bitch, and is basically some kind of shitpost in audio form. I won't be focusing on any of the solo material, otherwise we'd be here forever. Thanks to the sheer rabidity of Radiohead's fanbase, and their desperation to archive everything that emerges from Tom York's skull, there's a lot of information on some songs. Conversely, there are a few tracks about which almost nothing is known, so I'll be spending a lot more time on, say, Karma Police, than I will on a track like Yes I Am. So please don't be upset if your favourite song only gets a passing mention. Oh, and one more thing, please don't subscribe. I know that's a strange thing to hear on a YouTube channel, but I'm never making another video like this again. Released in February of '93, and generally regarded as Radiohead's worst album, Pablo Honey saw minor success in the US, UK and Japan, mainly due to the phenomenon that was Creep. Recorded in 3 weeks with Sean Slade and Paul Caldery producing, Pablo Honey takes one back to the early 90s grunge scene, when quiet verses and loud choruses were all the rage. Unfortunately, it relies far too heavily on this formula and becomes very boring quite quickly. And we begin with arguably Radiohead's best song from this period. You was a band favourite stretching back to the On a Friday era, and was first recorded as part of the Manic Hedgehog demo cassette in 1991. If you would like to own a copy, pray that one appears on eBay, and prepare to remortgage your house. In the meantime, here's a snippet. You got its first commercial release on Radiohead's first ever record, the Drill EP, released in April of '92 and limited to 1,000 copies in each format, cassette, vinyl and CD. Copies of Drill are also incredibly scarce. Not quite as much as the demo tapes, there are always one or two on eBay, but once again, if you want a physical copy, you might want to do a shit ton of overtime first. The Drill EP was released again in 2009, but this release has also become quite difficult to track down. You was certainly one of the band's strongest tracks in its early years, and the song regularly opened shows throughout '93 and '94, and even became one of the few Pablo Honey tracks to survive into the 21st century. There is a live version recorded for the Itch EP, and it's worth tracking down. Pablo Honey was recorded in 3 weeks in 1992 and released in '93. According to legend, after a particularly exasperating recording session, the producers asked the band if they had any other material worth recording. The band played Creep, and the studio burst into spontaneous applause. The earliest recording I can find comes from May of '92 from a show at Islington's Powerhouse. If you listen carefully, and you'll have to listen very carefully because it's quite a shoddy recording, you'll hear slightly different lyrics. The song was also performed for the BBC's evening session, and that obviously is much better quality, but I wanted to include this one because it's the very first version of Creep in circulation and therefore more historic. The story of Creep's unpredictable rise is already well told, but it bears repeating. The song was first released as a single in the UK in September '92, to little fanfare and even less interest from the public. The song was then picked up by a radio station in Israel, where the public adored it. Radiohead suddenly had a completely unexpected hit on their hands. The band flew to Israel in April of '93, and played a few shows in an attempt to keep the momentum going. But ultimately this wasn't such a big deal, as Israel is a surprisingly small country, and therefore not a particularly large market. The song also gained attention in Spain, New Zealand and Denmark. News of this unlikely hit found its way to America, where radio stations put Creep on rotation. As more people heard it, more people began to request it, and the song took off. Radiohead now had a hit in America, and this was a big deal. The next few months would see Radiohead absolutely flogging themselves, trying to ride the wave as much as possible. This included appearances on the Conan O'Brien Show, the Arsenio Hall Show, and, God, this. News of the song's success in America rebounded back to the UK, and Creep was re-released almost a full year later in September '93, this time reaching number 7. Radiohead were now in business, and Creep became an unstoppable phenomenon. Not quite on the level of, say, Africa by Toto, but quite big. The band's relationship with Creep was frosty at best. The song propelled Radiohead to levels of stardom that they simply weren't ready for, and Tom particularly began to despise the song. And who can blame him? Imagine working your ass off since 1985, only to become known as that Creep guy. Despite what many assume, Creep is not a song of self-portrayal. Tom was already in a committed relationship, which would last about another 20 years. Yet Tom, and indeed the band, became synonymous with the lonely incel stereotype, a tag which Radiohead's fans haven't been able to shake to this day. The song had become more famous than the band, and at times Tom expressed the feeling that he had lost ownership. No doubt the steady stream of royalties checks softened the mood. Creep became a mainstay of Radiohead concerts, frankly because the band would have been lynched if they hadn't played it. By 1997, Radiohead had released 2 more albums, yet the clamour for Creep from the fans still hadn't abated. Inevitably, Tom had had enough, and would sometimes refuse to sing when the band played it live. By 1998, Radiohead had enough material to put the song on rotation, and by the end of the OK Computer tour in April of that year, Creep had disappeared from setlist entirely. This did not go down well with audiences. Here's Tom arguing with the crowd at a show in Montreal. Again, it's poor quality, so I've added subtitles.
Thank you very much to you. You don't do anything. You don't do anything. It's boring and you're boring. We're going to do a song about no, fuck you, you're not doing it.
By the time of the Kid A tour, the fans had finally realised that Radiohead wouldn't play Creep unless Tom was in an especially good mood, which wasn't very often, and Creep was not played again until an infamous show at Oxford's South Park in July 2001.
Ist kaputt, yes? Okay, I've got a better idea. Just like an angel, your skin makes me cry.
In latter years, Creep has become a rare treat, only appearing very sporadically, usually near the end of the show and very occasionally right at the start. The song has an enduring legacy, and has been covered by absolutely fucking everyone, including Prince, who had the barefaced cheek to issue a takedown notice when an audience recording surfaced on YouTube. Tom overruled the pint-sized little shit and the video was restored. As you would expect, there are several other recordings of Creep in existence. There's this rather lovely acoustic rendition found on the My Iron Lung EP, among other releases.
I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here?
There's an ultra-rare full band recording which is only available on the bonus disc of the Japanese release of Pablo Honey. And then there's this, released in 2021 for some kind of fashion show, which is basically a stretched out version of the acoustic take with some synths added on.
Don't
Come to Florida, honey. We miss you.
Yeah, who's this?
Pablo Honey. You washing your ass, Pablo?
Who is this?
Keep yourself clean, honey.
Hello?
Pablo,
Yeah?
please come to Florida.
What's your favourite Radiohead song? Many would say Creep, usually because it's the only one they know. Other popular answers are the ones you'd expect: Paranoid Android, Fake Plastic Trees, Pyramid Song and There There. But what's your least favourite? The most usual answer is Pop is Dead, and it seems the band would agree with you. Others, maybe with a deeper knowledge of the band's music, might say Coke Babies, or Molasses, or Melatonin. How Do You is my least favourite, a derisory little song in which Tom York absolutely rips the shit out of someone he evidently doesn't like very much. The song has no real history, there are no alternate versions, and the band themselves have largely disowned it. I can't say I blame them. How Do You was played regularly between 92 and early 94, when the band barely had enough material to fill 90 minutes, and basically had to play everything. The song was jettisoned as soon as that position changed. If you listen carefully, which I don't recommend doing, you can hear a sample of the Jerky Boys clip I played earlier. It's right at the end of the song. That is the only interesting thing about this song. Moving on. Stop Whispering was the most popular song within the inner circle during the band's infancy. The song was regularly sent out to record companies as a demonstration of Radiohead's songwriting ability, and it clearly worked. As legend has it, no less than 26 scouts from various record companies came to see On a Friday at the Jericho Tavern, their regular haunt, many with a strong intention of coming back with the band's signature. In the end, it was Parlophone who closed the deal on a 6-album contract. 3 recordings of this song exist. Stop Whispering was included on one of the early demo tapes and sounds like this. For most people, their first encounter with Stop Whispering was its inclusion on Pablo Honey in February 93, and the album version is the most popular rendition to this day. I say that because there is yet another recording. Unfortunately, it's a bit shit. Get used to me saying that. In the desperation for a follow-up success to Creep, Capitol Records, the American wing of EMI, wanted another single. Radiohead nominated Stop Whispering, but they were unsatisfied with the album version, so a new recording was made. Ed O'Brien compared this one with Joy Division, and I hope he enjoyed whatever he was smoking. The song was accompanied by a laughable music video in which Tom gallantly hides from some guy in a diving suit. Also there are bees and ants, and I have no idea what's going on here. The general public was also nonplussed, and the single was a dismal failure, reaching number 131 in the Australian chart and doing absolutely nothing in the US. Despite this, Stop Whispering is still considered one of the band's better songs from this period. Another song from the On a Friday era, Thinking About You, originally had a very different sound, far more raucous than the version most people will be familiar with. It was this louder rendition that first appeared on the Drill EP, and subsequently became useful filler on other early EPs, such as the Australian release of Anyone Can Play Guitar and the Japanese Itch EP. Sometime between the summer of '92 and the release of Pablo Honey in February of '93, the band's affections turned towards a far more sedate recording, and this version stuck, being played with decreasing regularity, usually at the very end of a show until 1998. It's a good enough song, inoffensive and quite poignant. Then, oh, Jesus Christ.
So maybe I could become Jim Morrison. Fat, ugly, dead. Yeah, we are. Without running and confusion, and I don't see no confusion anywhere. Anywhere. The world does turn, and if London burns.
Anyone Can Play Guitar is a good song with a horrid reputation. Tom's antics on the MTV's Beach House have been well documented, so I won't go over them again. But this performance has taken on such legendary status that this is what comes to mind when people think about the song. And that really isn't fair, as ACPG, as I shall call it to save time, is a bright, fun and summery ballad, which the band decided to release in January for some reason. Despite this, and the objectively awful music video, ACPG reached number 32 in the UK chart, providing Radiohead with their first ever top 40 hit in the UK. And it became a live staple, being played at pretty much every show until the summer of '96, making it one of the band's most performed songs. Another version was released, a live cut taken from a show at the Kentish Town Forum in 1995. It's worth a listen if you can track it down, as it was only released on the 1995 Just single in the UK, as well as the extremely rare Live O Forum EP released in France. I can't find a recording online, so you just have to trust me. The song is also notable for Johnny's stage antics, where he would regularly beat the mother-loving snot out of his guitar. Here's a clip taken from the Reading Festival in '94, bearing in mind it's Johnny Greenwood, so don't expect distressing violence. It looks like a girl having a tantrum, quite honestly.
So destroyed, clever toys for little boys. It's inevitable, inevitable. It's so destroyed. Free till you dry, free till enough. You understand. No records.
By now we've reached the halfway point of Pablo Honey. The album gets a bad rep, not least from the band themselves, who seem to collectively loathe this record, and this really isn't fair as we've already had 5 decent songs. We'll overlook the abomination, but now things take a turn for the worse. The record's slide into mediocrity begins with Ripcord, a quite forgettable song about pushing too hard for something, realising far too late that you've done more harm than good. The song comes and goes like the proverbial wet fart in the wind, and has no real history worth talking about. For some goddamn reason there are no less than 2 other versions in circulation. The first is a full band recording taken from the Town and Country Club in London in early '93, and is most readily available on the deluxe edition of Pablo Honey. The second is an acoustic performance given to Signal Radio in Cheshire, and available on the Pop Is Dead EP.
I never wanted anything but this. I tried hard, I worked hard. I ran around in domestic bliss while screaming. I tried hard,
Hot on the heels of Ripcord is Vegetable, a song that Ed O'Brien pinpointed as one of Radiohead's worst, which doesn't bode well. And indeed this self-pitying borefest usually ranks pretty low in fans' polls. Again, Vegetable has no real history. There is a live version on Itch, which exists for no other reason than for padding, and the song was dropped at the end of 1995 as soon as the band had better material. Moving on.
I never wanted any broken bones. Scarface, no home. Your words surround me and asphyxiate. And I burn all hate. Every time you run up, every time you run up, I can see I'm vegetable. I will not control myself. I can't afford to breathe in this strength. Nowhere to sleep without a gun in my hand. Look back up to my careful life. I'm better after. I'm better after. I'm better off.
Prove Yourself was the first track on the Drill EP, and therefore technically Radiohead's first single. During concerts to support the EP, Radiohead would often play Prove Yourself twice for reasons best known to themselves. Prove Yourself was re-recorded for Pablo Honey. Again, there's not much else to say about this song. Ed O'Brien admitted that Radiohead was signed because of their familiarity with the Nirvana formula, quiet verses and loud choruses, and it's a good formula, so long as it's not overused. By this stage in the album, it's becoming intolerable.
Please forgive the words that I just blurted out. It wasn't me, it was a stranger creeping down. It's right in my condition, there's nothing in this world to keep it down. And even though
It doesn't help when I Can't is basically the same song as Prove Yourself. Another one that can be traced back to the On a Friday era. The version you're hearing now is from the Manic Hedgehog demo tape. I can't be bothered to say much about this one, do you see what I did there? Another version was released in 2009, this time a live recording taken from a BBC evening session. It's found on the Pablo Honey Deluxe edition. By now, the constant self-pity is becoming insufferable. Lurgy is definitely one of Radiohead's better songs from this era, but after the rubbish we've just crawled through, that really isn't saying much. Lurgy does seem to have been a band favourite and was played live quite regularly until 1998, even appearing a few times as late as the Hail to the Thief tour. Apart from Creep, this is possibly the most fondly remembered track from Pablo Honey. certainly within the band, and the performance you're seeing now was recorded in New York in 2018, just before the band basically went into semi-retirement. There is a remix which is available on the second Creep single, but it doesn't add very much to the original.
Sarah West on email. Tom, or in fact any of you guys who wants to answer this question, if you could go back to 1991, what's the one piece of advice you'd give yourself before the band really began?
Don't release Pop is Dead.
Oh no, Papa's dead, long live Paul. It died an ugly death by back catalogue. Well, now you know, it gets you nowhere. And now you know, lies.
By 1997, Radiohead had become one of the most celebrated bands in the world, an accolade they still carry to this day. In 93, they were still a fairly shitty pub band with a couple of good songs and bags of potential. They were, however, capable of some quite appalling decisions. There are many unanswered questions surrounding Pop is Dead. The biggest mystery surrounds its very existence. The band were working their backsides off to promote Pablo Honey, so why choose to release a single that isn't even on the album? And why such a god-awful song in the first place? And what's going on with this video? Apparently based on a treatment by Tom himself, not a great deal of this makes sense. The pallbearers are apparently members of the Radiohead fan club, but they look as though they've just been dragged out of the local job centre. Why is Tom in the coffin? How does he represent pop music? And who the hell is this? I don't get it. The public didn't get it either, and the single was a disastrous failure. The band's opinion of the song began to sour soon after, and now belongs somewhere between mild hatred and outright hostility. Radiohead have actively tried to scrub the song from the internet, even issuing takedown notices on anyone who dares upload the video. I'm probably risking a fatwa just showing you this.
I find it hard to drive your stupid car. I find it hard 'cause I never get that far.
Back in the olden days, long before you were born, when even your parents were just a twinkle in the milkman's eye, artists would release promotional singles in order to bring attention to their latest album. Vinyl singles would contain two sides, the A-side, which would have the song they were trying to promote, and the B-side, usually containing a bonus track, and quite often something that didn't even make the album. So the informal term for a non-album track is a B-side. Radiohead have released many B-sides over the years, ranging from life-affirming to god-awful. And this wouldn't be a deep dive if we didn't look at all of them. And we start with Stupid Car, a jolly little song that uses motoring as a metaphor for a toxic relationship, and the only track from the Drill EP not to feature on Pablo Honey. A second version, called the Tinnitus Mix, appears on a compilation album known as Sharks Patrol These Waters in 1992. It's basically the original recording plus a few ambient sounds. For a while this was one of the only Radiohead tracks known to the public, and was the subject of frequent requests at their early shows. Tom would make the excuse that the guitars were too out of tune by the end of the show. In reality, the song was just a little too pessimistic, even for Radiohead. The song was played live once for Signal Radio in Cheshire, and this is the version you're hearing now.
these jeans since I was born, and now they're ripped, and now they're torn, and all my friends are skateboards. I want the toys of other boys. I want a knife and a gun and things, but mom and dad will not give in. I can't put the needle in, I can't put the needle in, I can't put the needle in.
A fun little song that appears on the Anyone Can Play Guitar single, Faithless the Wonder Boy appeared on setlist until the middle of '95 and provided useful filler for various international EPs, most notably Itch. In their early years, Radiohead would occasionally play secret shows under the name Faithless and the Wonder Boys. That's literally all I have to say about this one, sorry.
Just get to talk, just get to try, just get to know the reasons why, and all my friends to bad guys. And I can't put the needle in, I can't put the needle in, I can't put the needle in.
Well, I did say that Radiohead's B-sides range from wonderful to god-awful, and here's a song that's very much on the wrong end of that spectrum. Coke Babies sounds like a band shoved into the studio by an anxious record company and given 2 hours to shit out some content. The sounds at the end are apparently Ed or Colin singing along to the track. Apparently the producer liked to secretly record his musicians doing embarrassing things and put them somewhere on the record. It adds nothing. Moving on.
I resent you calling, I resent your voice, I resent that I don't have a choice. Anywhere I go, you're always there. Outside the car, in my hair.
Yes I Am is another song about escaping a toxic relationship, which seems to have been a common theme in Tom's early songwriting. It appears on the second Creep single in the UK and was played a few times between September '93 and May '94. Also appearing on the Creep single is Inside My Head, and two versions of this song exist, the studio recording and a live version which is basically a carbon copy. Inside My Head is notable for containing the single worst guitar solo ever recorded. A very popular song during the band's early years, Inside My Head is yet another song about toxic relationships, and was played live quite often until the end of '95. As you can see, Tom would often writhe around the stage for some goddamn reason.
Always waiting for the crash. Cab drive, rushing shots. Calling sick and anyway. Take a holiday.
Another B-side from the first Creep single, $1 Million Question, is quite a fun little song, but there really isn't much else to say about this one. Another song that goes right back to the early On a Friday era, Nothing Touches Me, is an intriguing little song which seems to be written from the perspective of a serial killer sitting in his cell and recounting his crimes. The song was dropped during the early part of '92 and was never in contention for Pablo Honey, and remained thereafter a forgotten relic of the On a Friday era. So why does it get a mention? This is going to be a long story. In 2007, Radiohead had a decision to make. Their 6-album deal with Parlophone had come to an end, and the parent company, EMI Records, were very keen to re-sign the band. According to EMI themselves, a deal had been thrashed out and everything seemed rosy. In Rainbows was finished and all the band had to do was sign. Then, in a twist that shocked everyone, Radiohead decided to release In Rainbows themselves. This launched a tsunami of butthurt from EMI, which resulted in two things. The first was an attempt at a war of words, which the band correctly ignored. The second was the 2009 deluxe editions, or collector's editions, of Radiohead's first 6 albums, a cynical attempt by EMI to squeeze as much money out of the band while they still could. Each album was re-released with just about every B-side, remix and live version that EMI could feasibly get their hands on. And while this was a rather pitiful and obvious cash grab, it did have benefits. If for some goddamn reason you want a physical copy of Coke Babies, for example, you have two options. Either track down a copy of the original Anyone Can Play Guitar single, which is pretty damned expensive nowadays since most copies were probably chucked in the bin, or you can simply buy the Pablo Honey Deluxe Edition. Also contained on this CD is a live version of Nothing Touches Me, recorded for a BBC evening session in '92, which means that the song does have an official release on a Radiohead record. Not that the band had much say in the matter, but let's not hate on EMI too much. Radiohead themselves are not above an appalling cash grab. An acoustic version of Killer Cars appears on the Itch EP, so just about squeezes into the Pablo Honey era, but the song was really meant for the band's next record. During the course of '93 and '94, there were various attempts to record the song, and 2 made it into the band's discography. The first was released on the High and Dry single, and sounds quite similar to the one you're hearing now. A much more sedate recording known as the Mogadon version was released on the Just single. Killer Cars was briefly considered as the first single from the Bends, but the band couldn't settle on a particular recording and the song fell out of favour. The acoustic version was played very occasionally until 2001. Similarly, Banana Co. started off as an acoustic song, appearing on the Pop Is Dead single. A full band recording was released in '96, this time on the Street Spirit single, and this was a much more popular recording, being played live many times on the OK Computer tour. When a band signs a record contract, they essentially go into massive debt, as the cost of every item from studio fees and music videos to flyers and promotional condoms, yes those really do exist, has to be repaid. Many successful artists have gone bankrupt trying to do this. By the autumn of '93, Radiohead were no longer in that position thanks to the success of Creep. This gave them more artistic freedom than other bands would normally enjoy, which was both a good and a bad thing. Radiohead could now do whatever they wanted, but they had no idea what that actually sounded like. As a result, the early recording sessions for the Bends were incredibly fraught, with many arguments within the band and much speculation that the band would not survive. By the summer of '94, however, the band's producer, the massively experienced John Leckie, had steadied the ship, and the band finally had some material to share. Still desperate for a strong follow-up to Creep, My Iron Lung was released in September '94 and contains at least one very obvious allusion to Creep. BBC Radio 1 more or less killed the band's hopes stone dead by refusing to play the song, calling it too raucous. Given that the same station had been playing Oasis and Nirvana on a constant basis, this excuse was obviously bullshit. But Radiohead had to suck it up, and after a very successful tour of the UK, the single eventually reached number 24. Not a spectacular success, but not bad. Radiohead clearly had a loyal fanbase to build on, and with almost relentless touring over the next 4 years, the band set out to do just that. The version you're hearing now was recorded at the Royal Berkshire Social Club in February '94. Listen out for the different lyrics. In '95, Radiohead released their first concert film, recorded at the sorely missed Astoria venue in Covent Garden in May of '94. The performance of My Iron Lung was so good that the band decided to use this, with overdubbed vocals, for the album version. The cynicism of the mid-90s music industry knew no bounds. In order to increase sales of new singles, record companies would often release 2 editions of a single, with different B-sides on each. If dedicated fans wanted to hear all the new songs, they would have to buy both editions, essentially doubling the number of purchases. And so My Iron Lung was released in September '94 with no less than 6 new songs, ranging from surprisingly good to utterly forgettable. The sound and the songwriting is a clear step up from Pablo Honey, and marks an interesting halfway point from the mediocre grunge of, say, Ripcord, to the more accomplished material that was to come. Fans in other parts of the world received the My Iron Lung EP, which contains all of the same songs, with an acoustic version of Creep sometimes bolted on to add bulk. The My Iron Lung EP was released in many countries, some had Creep and some didn't. The imported EP, usually with Creep, became such a common sight in UK record stores that it's now easier to track down than copies of the single itself.
And if you're frightened, you can be frightened, you can be, it's okay. And if you're frightened, you can be frightened, you can be, it's okay.
This is one of Radiohead's best songs. There, I said it. Clearly drawing a line beneath the monotony of the Pablo Honey era and heralding the creative peak that was to come, the Trickster was, at this time, a rarity. You had to actually think about what it meant. I'm still not sure to this day. The version you're hearing now was recorded at the Royal Berkshire Social Club in February '94. The lyrics are very different. Now, get used to me mentioning this show because it's kind of a goldmine for early Ben's era material. The Trickster was brought back a few times for the OK Computer tour, and God willing it will make its return again one day. It's hard to say much about Louis Mistreated as the song was never played live at all, but once again it's a lot more fun than almost everything on Pablo Honey and maintained the notion that Radiohead were growing into a force. Initially an instrumental track and played a few times in '93, Radiohead were convinced that Permanent Daylight belonged on a film soundtrack. It never made it. Permanent Daylight got some lyrics in time for its release in '94 and was played a few times in '94 and '95, with a brief revival during the tours for Kid A and Amnesiac. Quite possibly the worst title in Radiohead's history, Punch Drunk Lovesick Singalong is about a beautiful girl who can turn your world into dust. It was played a few times in '94 and '95 and then unceremoniously ditched as Colin admitted he found it too difficult to play. Lozenge of Love is a beautifully intricate and haunting ballad. The song was played live a few times between '93 and '95, and the version you're hearing now was recorded at the Kentish Town Forum in March of '95.
Was the song You Never Wash Up After Yourself written sort of as an ode to English people?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, pretty much. No, it was an ode to me, really, because I never wash up. Well, you know, you lead such a glamorous life, then you come home and then suddenly someone isn't wiping your bottom and washing up after you. So I suppose it was that.
I've never had my bottom wiped on tour. Metaphorically or otherwise.
Apparently, if you listen very carefully, you can hear Phil put down his drumsticks and walk out of the room, because he didn't know that Tom was actually recording. There really is nothing else to say about this one.
Give it a name, brothers and sisters. Simon Rhodes putting the sound into your head. Tonight, Indie Club brings you Colon, the most talked about new act since Kurt Cobain did some interior decorating with a gun and his brain. Already the corporate whores of the new sick biz are on their backs with their legs wide open, waiting for Colon to show them just how dangerous music can be. Like a one-hand grenade going off in a convent. No one's heard anything like this before. But by Christ, it's loud and it's dangerous. See them tonight at the Dublin Castle. £3.50 on the door or £3 concessions, which is the only concession Colon will ever make because they would rather die than compromise. Everything you know is wrong because Colon are here. Give it up for Colon with Kick in the Sun.
The mid-90s were a pretty awful time for British music. Grunge was dying, and the UK was in the grip of Britpop, an extremely tedious genre in which band after band was paraded as the new, exciting, edgy, rock the establishment. You know the kind of thing. Most of these bands turned out to be as derivative and boring as all the others. The public at large quickly grew tired of this obvious bullshit, as demonstrated by the Fast Show clip I showed you earlier, and Britpop was basically dead by about 98. In this climate, The Bends was a breath of fresh air. Recorded throughout 94 and released in 95, The Bends is an absolute beast of an album, and marks the first point at which Radiohead seriously began to realise their potential. Initially a commercial failure, mainly because the public just wanted another Creep, The Bends has gone on to sell many millions of copies, and is sometimes regarded as one of the best records ever made. I think that's going a little bit overboard, but I do love it. Many of the songs written here actually go back to before Pablo Honey, so it's possible that this was the album Radiohead always wanted to make. But bear in mind, Radiohead were signed by a record company desperate to ride the wave created by Nirvana, and they had little choice but to make Pablo Honey indicative of the grunge sound that was dominant in the early 90s. By 1994, that wave had more or less gone. Kurt Cobain had sadly died, and the UK had moved on to Britpop, a genre that Radiohead struggled to separate themselves from. Often compared to the likes of Oasis, Blur and Suede, Radiohead were heavily distinct from, and let's face it, a great deal better than, any of those bands, and this is reflected in the bends. The cover art was created by Tom York and Stanley Donwood, a friend of Tom's from his days at Exeter University. Tom and Stanley remain the best of friends, and Mr. Donwood has given us the cover of every Radiohead album since. Once again, there are 12 tracks on the bends, plus a truckload of B-sides, some of which we've already covered, so let's crack on.
You can force it, but it will not come. You can taste it, but it will not fall.
Planet Telex is the first track on the bends, and anyone who wasn't already aware of the band's stylistic shift certainly got a rude awakening. Originally titled Planet Xerox, the band changed the name because they weren't allowed to use a trademark. I'm not quite sure what the song is actually about, and neither is Tom, who recorded the lyrics at 3 o'clock in the morning, lying on his back and drunk out of his tiny mind. Incidentally, the drum loop was taken from one of the various failed recordings of Killer Cars. Planet Telex was immensely popular, and was paired with High and Dry as a double A-side single, reaching number 17 in the UK charts in early '95. The song was played live at pretty much every show until the Kid A tour, and quite sporadically after that, usually with seizure-inducing visuals.
You can force it, but it will stay strong. You can crush it, rise above. You can walk it home straight from school. You can kiss it.
Now we need to talk about the alternate versions, and we might be here a while because there's 8 of them. As well as the live version released on the aforementioned Just single and Live O Forum EPs, there are no less than 7 bloody remixes, each one as pointless as the last. I will play you a snippet of most, but don't bother trying to track them down, as none of them is really worth listening to. The most popular is probably the hexadecimal mix, which sounds like this. There is also the hexadecimal dub mix, which is basically the same thing, so I'm not counting it as a separate remix. There's the LFO JD mix, the Karma Sunra mix by Uncle, the Trashed mix, which sounds nothing like the bloody song, the Depth Charge mix, and the extremely obscure and possibly mythical Mo Wax and Osborne mixes, which apparently appear on some very obscure vinyl pressings of the High and Dry single, but I couldn't find them anywhere. During a particularly boring day in his hotel room, Tom recorded the sound of a marching band playing outside. The marching band were apparently small children, and their drill instructor was being a little overzealous. That's what you can hear at the start of the song. The bends is an informal name for generalized barotrauma, which happens to divers when they rise too fast out of the water. But let's make something very clear: despite what every music journalist in the world will tell you, the bends is not an allusion to the success of Creep. This would be impossible, as the bends was actually written a long time before Creep ever became a hit. In fact, what you're listening to now is the very first known recording of the bends, recorded on a 4-track device sometime in '92. The song is noticeably slower, and more prominently features a recorder solo from Johnny. The same solo can be heard on the album version, but it's barely audible. This recording was released on a compilation album called Long Live Tibet. Another recording was released a whole 2 years before the 1995 album. Misspelled as The Benz, as in Mercedes-Benz, a live recording from the Black Session in Paris, recorded in February '93, is found on an extremely obscure French release of the Creep single. Limited to 2,000 copies, this record is even rarer than the Drill EP. If you own a copy, you lucky, lucky bastard. The Benz was initially considered as a possible single in the UK and was released in some other countries, most notably France, as a double A-side with bloody Creep again for some goddamn reason. As you can see, the cover art would have pissed the band off immensely. There was an Irish release too, but many of the copies were mispressed and instead played Planet Telex. In fact, so many copies contain this error that the version with the correct track list is significantly rarer and therefore more valuable. I'm tempted to say typical bloody Irish, but I won't.
Jumpers in a week, I bet you think that's pretty clever, don't you, boy? Flying on your road, it's like watching on the ground beneath you drown.
High and Dry goes way back to Tom's days at Exeter University. Here's the very first known performance of the song, which comes to us from 1987, when Tom was in another band called Headless Chickens. High and Dry was recorded in '93, shortly after the release of Pablo Honey, and then stored in a vault and forgotten about. The recording was rediscovered in '94 and quickly gained popularity in the band, becoming the first proper single from the Bends in February of '95. High and Dry is unique in that 2 videos were made. The first, for the British market, was a rather dull affair shot in black and white. The second, a much more cinematic video, was shot to support the American single. Neither video really encompasses the meaning of the song particularly well. The song was played live regularly to support the bends. Unfortunately, it's a bit shit. The song was dropped midway through the OK Computer tour and never played again.
Plastic watering can for a fake Chinese rubber plant and a fake plastic case. She bought from a rubber man in a town full of rubber plants.
In 1993, midway through the Pablo Honey tour, Radiohead were stuttering in their attempts to find a successor to Creep. The record company, EMI, were concerned that Radiohead were not progressing as a band, and according to some sources, gave the band 6 months to sort themselves out or face being dropped. They needn't have worried, as the rise in the quality of Tom's songwriting between 93 and 94 was quite frankly meteoric. It's quite hard to believe that the same man who wrote How Do You in about 92 could have been writing something as brilliant as Fake Plastic Trees barely a year later. What you're currently hearing is the very first known performance of Fake Plastic Trees, taken from a show at the Royal Berkshire Club in February 94. As you can hear, the drumming comes in much sooner. By the time of the song's recording, the drumming had been pushed back to its correct place.
She lives with a broken man, crack polystyrene man, it just crumbles and burns. Used to do surgery.
By the summer of 94, the pressure to record a follow-up to Creep was beginning to seriously wear on the band. Tom York had struggled for months to get the vocals to his liking. After attending a Jeff Buckley show, the light bulb finally came on. According to Colin, Tom recorded the vocals in just 3 takes, and then burst into tears. Radiohead's stature rose in the middle of 95 when an acoustic version of Fake Plastic Trees was included on the soundtrack to the film Clueless. It was this song that caught the attention of Michael Stipe, the lead singer of R.E.M. and one of Tom's heroes, who invited Radiohead to open for them on their summer 1995 Monster tour. This tour gave the band an exposure to the enormous audiences they would later be playing to themselves, and Stipe's friendship and guidance to Tom was utterly invaluable. The band's stature was further raised when MTV put the video, a rather wonderful piece directed by Jake Scott, on heavy rotation. Fake Plastic Trees was a pretty obvious choice for a single release, and it reached number 20 in the UK charts. Another minor hit, but still not the follow-up to Creep that EMI were looking for. Get used to me saying that. Naturally, Fake Plastic Trees has become one of the band's most enduring and beloved songs, and was played live frequently right up until 2018. The aforementioned acoustic version, recorded at Eve's Club in London in February of '95, was released on part 2 of the Fake Plastic Trees single. Touring can be incredibly stressful, especially when you don't have a pot to piss in and have to drive everywhere in some awful van. Nowadays, of course, Radiohead travel first class and stay in the best hotels, on the rare occasion that they can be bothered to tour at all. This wasn't always the case, however, and back in the early days, Radiohead had no choice but to ride the highways and byways in whatever crappy, unsafe vehicles they could afford. Just before a gig in Denver in '95, the van and all of its equipment was stolen. The miscreants were never caught, and Johnny could only say that he hoped their next shit was a porcupine. The 5th track on the bends, Bones, is a reference to the strenuous touring that Radiohead endured throughout '92 and '93, and the effects of physical and emotional exhaustion. There is a live recording, which you can find once again on the Just Single and Live O Forum EPs, and it's very nice indeed. As I mentioned earlier, a mix of Stupid Car was released on a compilation album called Sharks Patrol These Waters. Produced by a magazine called Volume, there are several editions of Sharks Patrol These Waters. The one containing Stupid Car is so scarce I couldn't even find a picture of it. Radiohead gifted another song to this compilation, this time a demo recording of Nice Dream. Released in '95, but probably recorded sometime in '93, the recording originally had very different lyrics, focusing for some goddamn reason on confectionery. Unfortunately, they were a bit shit. By 1994, the song had gained its much better second verse, and of course the vastly superior climax. Like many songs on the Bends, Nice Dream was played regularly between 94 and 95, and quite sporadically after that.
Can't get the stink out. He's been hanging around for days. Comes like a comet, suck at you but not your friends. And then he'll get to you, touch your heart and get to cures. Hell, you do it to yourself, you do. And that's why
We've now reached track 7 of the Bends. By this stage in Pablo Honey, the album was beginning its descent into awfulness. That is not the case here. The earliest recording of Just that I can find is this one. I have no idea if it comes from a radio show or if it's an early demo, but here it is anyway.
you do it to yourself, you do. And that's why it really hurts, is you do it to yourself, just you. You and no one else, you do it to yourself. You do it to yourself. I get my sympathy hanging out the 15th floor. I changed the locks 3 times. You still come reeling through the door.
Just, a song about a narcissistic friend, was apparently the result of a bet between Tom and Johnny to see who could cram the highest number of chords into a song. Johnny, with his vastly superior knowledge of music theory, was the obvious winner. This incredibly catchy song was an obvious choice for a single, and got its release in August of 95. It was another minor hit, reaching number 19, still not enough to satisfy EMI, but not bad. The music video has been the subject of endless speculation. What does the guy at the end say? A ridiculous amount of energy has been used to try and find out. Some have tried tracking down the actor to no avail. Some have even recruited lip-reading specialists. To this day, nobody has been able to find out, and the band initially refused to tell. It's possible that they never knew themselves. The producers of Pablo Honey, Slade and Caldery pretty much just told the band what to do. John Leckie, recognising the band's desperation to experiment, gave them far more freedom. Bulletproof was played a couple of times during acoustic shows to support Pablo Honey, most notably the recording you're hearing now, which comes from a show at Nancy in June of that year. But it was a tricky one to record. During one afternoon, Johnny and Ed were led into the studio and just told to make some sounds with almost no reference point. A total of 6 audio tracks were created and mixed into the recording. The result was rather fantastic and was played live regularly from 95 until the end of the OK Computer tour in 98 and quite rarely after that. A solo acoustic rendition appears on the Fake Plastic Trees single and inevitably on the collector's edition of The Bends. Most of The Bends was produced by John Leckie. Part of his staff included a young technician called Nigel Godrich, and while Leckie was abroad on other projects, it was Godrich who stepped in to produce Black Star. He obviously did a good job, as Godrich became Radiohead's permanent producer. Black Star is a frankly brilliant song, which York once claimed was actually about group sex. I don't know his depth of knowledge on the subject, and I think we're all better off never finding out. Again, it was played regularly throughout the touring for The Bends, and a little less frequently during the OK Computer tour, enjoying a brief return to setlist in 2006. Arguably the least popular song on the Bends, Sulk was first played at the Royal Berkshire Show in February '94 and sounds like this.
They drove me to death. They said they were friends. The animals power. The animals friend. I understand now. When you take up your gun, but it no longer matters when you had your fun. Sometimes you sad, sometimes you burn. God bless you sad.
You'll have noticed that the chorus ends with "just shoot your gun." This is because Sulk was written in the late 80s in response to the Hungerford massacre, in which a lone gunman called Michael Ryan walked into the small Berkshire town of Hungerford, killed 16 innocent people, and then turned the gun on himself. The lyric was never particularly in good taste, and after the death of Kurt Cobain, it was rightly changed. Sulk was initially one of the band's favourite songs, but as the recording sessions for the Bends progressed, that opinion severely worsened, and by the time of the album's release, the song was collectively loathed, being played live once or twice during the Japanese leg of the tour, and never again after that. Actually, that's a lie, it was played in Leeds. In contrast, Street Spirit is an undoubted classic. Originally titled Three-Headed Street Spirit, and containing somewhat different lyrics, the song was first performed publicly in '93, and this recording comes from a very scratchy VHS recording. I am unable to find anything better. Inspired by the Ben Okri novel The Famished Road, Street Spirit was the fifth and final single from the Bends. The original plan was to release the single in time for Christmas, but this would have been a huge mistake, as Radiohead would have faced stiff competition from the likes of Michael Jackson, Björk, Oasis, Pulp, and oh fucking hell these guys. If you've never suffered Robson and Jerome, get on your knees and praise whatever god you believe in. Seriously, even if you're an atheist, just get on your knees and say thanks. The single was held back until January '96, and with its stunningly beautiful video directed by Jonathan Glazer, reached number 5 in the UK charts, meaning that Radiohead finally had a bigger hit than Creep. EMI were told to fuck off and leave the band alone once and for all. The song has an enduring appeal and was played live at almost every Radiohead show until they entered hiatus in 2018, and is still regarded as one of their finest. I don't disagree. And now we dip back into the B-sides and we start with Maquiadora, a lovely little song with an appalling guitar solo. A song called Shindig appears on one of the On a Friday demo tapes. It has a different chorus and a very different sound. Here it is. Incidentally, a maquiadora is a term for one of those factories on the Mexico side of the Mexico-USA border, placed there by various companies to take advantage of the far lower minimum wage while still being able to trade in the USA. The song was played occasionally until the end of the OK Computer tour in April '98. It's another one that I'd love to hear again, but that is extremely unlikely. The copyright holders of the Live at the Astoria video won't allow me to use any footage, so I'm relying on still images here. But if you happen to watch Street Spirit, you might notice something odd. All of the band members are in their usual place, but who's playing keyboards? In later performances, Johnny would fulfill this role, playing the notes with the head of his guitar, but he's clearly not doing that here. The answer is Diane Swan from a long-forgotten band called the Julie Dolphin. For some goddamn reason, she's been completely excised from the video. You can just barely see her in a few brief shots if you squint very hard. The same lady provided backing vocals for How Can You Be Sure, which features on the Fake Plastic Trees single. It's a fairly basic song about an alcoholic whose marriage is falling apart. The song goes all the way back to On a Friday when it sounded like this.
Seen all good things and bad, running down the hill, all so battered and brought to the ground. I am hungry again, I am drunk again, with all the money I owe to my friends. When I'm like this, how can you be smiling, saying, how can you wish?
The song was played live for Signal Radio in 93 and a couple of times in Japan in 95, this time with Ed playing the role of Diane.
That's the only time we've ever played it live, actually. That was that night.
Well, we were getting one.
Yeah, it's the only time we've ever done it.
Do you like it?
I don't think I can remember it. Yeah, it's a great song. We just never.
You don't play it very often?
Once. We only played it once.
Do you remember Coke Babies? I know it was an hour ago, but I did mention it. Remember how I said the producer liked to secretly record artists and then put those recordings in the song? Remember how I said it did nothing for the song itself? In this case it damn near ruins it, as India Rubber is actually quite a solid track, until the last minute. This time the victim is Johnny, apparently laughing at a Stephen Fry sketch. The song was played live once, presumably minus the stupid laughing, at a show in Montreal in December 95. Unfortunately, no recording exists. In fact, the only evidence we have the song was played at all comes from a home movie. Apparently the song was sound-checked occasionally on the OK Computer tour, but again I have no evidence to support this. This is a personal appeal now. I have been trying for nearly a whole 2 decades to locate this recording, as apart from the absolute train wreck at the end, I'm really rather fond of India Rubber. Recordings of old shows do still surface occasionally, and it's possible that the band themselves have a recording in a vault somewhere, so this probably counts as the only piece of Radiohead lost media.
I want to be someone else.
Released on the Street Spirit single and generally regarded as Radiohead's best non-album track, Talk Show Host gained notoriety after a remix was featured on the soundtrack to Romeo and Juliet, starring Leonardo DiCaprio and Claire Danes. Talk Show Host was played at almost every show on the OK Computer tour. It is frankly a brilliant, brilliant song. In fact, it's so good I'm just going to shut up and let it play. It is a well-known fact that the band members met at Abingdon School, one of those posh la-di-da fee-paying schools near the city of Oxford. The headmaster at the time was a Michael St. John Parker, who according to Tom was an incredibly pompous man who would apparently walk around in church clothes signifying him as a bishop. The problem being that Mr. Parker was never an ordained bishop. It's possible that Tom was bullshitting, as I can find no other anecdotes of him doing this. The comedy writer David Mitchell, who attended Abingdon around the same time, never mentioned this as far as I'm aware. In his defence, other sources claim that Mr. Parker would walk around in academic gowns, which he was permitted to wear, so it's possible that Tom simply misinterpreted what he was seeing. But this naturally scared the shit out of the young Tom York, and provided the inspiration for Bishop's Robes, which also appears on the Street Spirit single. Played a few times in 95, 97 and 98, and on one occasion during the Kid A tour, Bishop's Robes bizarrely found its way onto the Running from Demons EP, released in Japan in January 98. After the release of Lucky in the summer of 95, one journalist declared that Radiohead were no longer capable of anything other than brilliance. Radiohead have always been a band that loves to defy expectations, and a few months later they released Molasses, an utterly worthless little song which was never played live and scarcely talked about by the band, almost as if they're ashamed of it or something. Moving on.
And I preferred Radiohead's early work.
Well done. Well done. How long have you felt like this, Paul?
I was just recently. I mean, that last one, The King of Limbs.
Is it really just The King of Limbs, Paul? We're all fans here, remember?
Nobody's judging you.
I know. I just feel stupid.
You don't need to feel stupid here, Paul. Just say it.
I think Kid A is a bit weird.
We all did, Paul. We all did.
It was so exciting at the time.
sounded very different, didn't it?
Yeah.
We were happy, weren't we?
Yes.
It was good to get something new. It's absolutely understandable, Paul.
Thank you. I mean, that's exactly it. Thank you.
No, Paul, thank you. You know, every journey's different, but you made a big step today. For me, it was finally letting go of all those hours I wasted trying to like Amnesiac.
God knows you tried.
I was like, where are all the choruses?
Where's the verses? More?
Somebody please give Johnny Greenwood his blooming guitar back.
And personally, between you and me, I thought OK Computer was a bit overrated.
I'm sorry?
What?
No, it was great. I preferred the Bends. Pablo Honey.
Get out.
Released in May '97, Radiohead fans are not permitted to dislike OK Computer. The album was met with almost universal praise from the critics and is generally regarded as one of the best records ever made. Like other classic records of the time, OK Computer perfectly encapsulates the mood, as people became increasingly anxious about the rise of technology, the rampant nature of consumerism, and the increase in isolation. The cover art shows a picture of a highway interchange, specifically this one, located in Hartford, Connecticut. It's the interchange of highways 84 and 91. In 2019, somebody managed to hack Radiohead's cloud storage. Among the many items they managed to steal was a collection of recordings from 95 and 96. Tom was an early adopter of the minidisc format and would regularly take a portable recorder on tour with him so that he could quickly make a note of any new ideas and interesting sounds. In the run-up to OK Computer, he would also use the format to copy various live recordings and studio sessions. After the band's cloud storage was hacked, digital copies of the minidiscs fell into the possession of a person known only as Zimbra. Zimbra wanted to use them as trading material and had been touting them to other collectors in exchange for other rare recordings. News of this broke on Reddit, where the Radiohead community broke out of their usual routine of endless shitposting to speculate wildly on the various rumours. Some believed that Zimbra was trying to extort the band. Others believed it was actually a band member themselves trying to gauge the interest for a potential release. All these rumours turned out to be bullshit. Eventually, under much pressure, Zimbra released the recordings to the public. The band themselves, who were somewhat confused by the level of interest in these recordings, later released the minidiscs themselves for a small fee. The proceeds were donated to Extinction Rebellion. In total, there are almost 20 minidiscs, representing almost an entire day's worth of material, from very scratchy demos to finished recordings of OK Computer tracks, and yes, I did listen to all of them. The minidiscs are of little interest to the casual fan, but for an absolute nerd like me, they're a real treasure trove. Additionally, Radiohead released OK Not OK in 2017, a shameless cash grab which took advantage of the album's 20th anniversary. Included in the hideously expensive box set was a cassette full of early recordings, some of which also appeared on the minidiscs. This gives me a lot of material to work with, so this section could get quite long. Fortunately, Radiohead only released 3 singles during this period, so there aren't quite as many B-sides to cover. But if you're keen to hear about Kid A, be prepared for a long wait. Technically, since the band made a recording available to the public, the minidiscs do have an official release. This would include the dozens of individual songs which appear. I'm trying to keep this video below 10 hours, and many of these demo recordings are just sketches that were never meant to be heard, so I won't go into all of them. I will, however, pick out two that I find particularly lovely. The first is this one, which is called My New Clothes. It's an immensely fun song taking a swipe at the fashion industry.
Inside these clothes, I throw up all I eat so I can fit inside these clothes. And even if it's the one people like, I know who I am. Even if it's the one
And the other one is this, called Tomorrow Night in Paris. That will have to do for now. If you want to hear the rest, the band no longer has them for sale, but they are available for listening at archive.org. A common theme running throughout OK Computer is transport. By the time of the OK Computer recording sessions in early '96, Radiohead had spent 4 solid years doing almost nothing but either touring or recording. It would be another 2 years before the band finally got a break. The sad thing about touring is that one often finds oneself in a beautiful city with no time to sample its delights due to the tight schedule. Perhaps as an allusion to this, Radiohead released live recordings of Airbag and Lucky, taken in Berlin and Florence respectively, on the No Surprises single. If you've never been to Florence, go to fucking Florence, it's amazing. Originally titled An Airbag Saved My Life and named after an In Deep track called Last Night a DJ Saved My Life, the song was premiered towards the end of '95 as an acoustic number and sounded like this. Airbag originally had a much more sedate and dreamy quality. Here's a sample taken from the mini-discs. By the spring of '96, the band were ready to perform the song live. Here's a version recorded in Paris. Unfortunately, it's a bit shit. Eventually, the band used a short loop of Phil's drumming and created the beautiful album opener we have today. In April '98, Radiohead released the Airbag EP, which has the alternate title How Am I Driving for some goddamn reason. It's an awkward little record that contains most of the B-sides from the OK Computer period, but not all of them.
No, your monkey has got it right. You jumped forward many millions of years in time whilst retaining the same position in space. Your friend has been awaiting you in the meantime.
Marvin! It must be Marvin!
A paranoid android!
Space cookies!
The history of Paranoid Android is confusing and complicated. As far as I can work out from various interviews, Paranoid Android was initially 3 different songs with unknown titles. Here I think is the first one, which was featured on the OK Not OK cassette. Here's another from the mini-discs. I have no idea what the third song was. Eventually, the songs were mashed together with roughly the structure we know today. The first 2 verses, the loud guitar part, the rain down section, and the 4th section. The 4th section is almost impossible to not instinctively rock your head to. But it wasn't always like this, oh no. In the song's early days, the 4th section featured a Hammond organ solo from Johnny, which went on, and on, and on. Depending on which interview you read, the song stretched to anything between 10 and 15 minutes. The longest I can find on the mini-discs is pushing 9 minutes, and it is pretty excruciating. Here's a clip. I won't play you the whole thing because I value your will to live. The song was ready for public consumption in July 96 and got its premiere, still with the shitty Hammond solo, at a festival in Belgium. The song was played many times during August, on a tour where Radiohead supported Alanis Morissette for some goddamn reason. The band would sometimes play Creep as the very next song, presumably as some sort of apology. The band begged Johnny to ditch his organ solo, and during the second half of 96, Paranoid Android finally got the ending it needed. The song was a painfully obvious choice as the first single from OK Computer. There was a wonderful video, directed by Magnus Carlsen, using his Robin character, although this is his drawing of Colin apparently. The single reached number 3 in the UK charts in May of 97 and remains Radiohead's biggest hit to this day, at least in their home country. Naturally, Paranoid Android has been played at nearly every show since May 97. An obvious nod to Bob Dylan, Subterranean Homesick Alien got its debut during an acoustic show in '95. Here it is.
Summer air. I live in a town where you can't smell a thing. You watch your feet, the cracks in the pavement. And up above the aliens hover, making home movies for the folks back home. Of all these weird creatures who lock up their spirits, drill holes in themselves and live for their sins. secrets.
The song was played a few more times in the latter part of '95 under its original title of Uptight. Subterranean Homesick Alien only features in its finished form on the mini-discs. The song has a beautiful and ethereal quality, very beautifully performed and rather poignant. Its placement between Paranoid Android and Exit Music means that the song is often overlooked, and even the band have only played it a handful of times since the OK Computer tour. This is a big shame. I'm going to play you a track from the mini-discs. It's called Poison, but you will recognise it differently.
Get away, I'm no good, I am poison, leave me be, leave me be. Time you'll appreciate my rhyme.
Exit Music has always had the same basic tune, but the early lyrics were frankly dreadful. Here's an attempt at a full band recording. Thank Christ they didn't go with this one. In 1996, Baz Luhrmann commissioned Radiohead to write a song for the movie Romeo and Juliet, starring Leo DiCaprio and Claire Danes. Luhrmann sent Tom the last half an hour of the movie and instructed Tom that his song would appear during the end credits. Tom then rewrote Exit Music, initially using lines from the Shakespeare play itself. Realising that this was probably a little corny, Tom tried again, and the song gained its lyrics, which are brilliant, and its new title. Exit Music is immensely popular within the fanbase and is always a treat when played live, assuming the audience just shuts the fuck up and listens. There's a running joke in the Radiohead community that Letdown is criminally underrated. It's become a tedious cliche at this point, but I do think it has some merit. Again, often overlooked because of its placement between Exit Music and the mighty Karma Police, Letdown has not really changed much since the earliest recordings. Here's something from the mini-discs, but it's basically the same song. Letdown was played live a few times on the Alanis Morissette tour, and by this time the song was basically finished. A tricky one to play, as some parts are in 4/4 time and others in 5/4, Letdown sadly disappeared from setlist after the OK Computer tour, enjoying revivals in 2006 and 2017. Letdown was very nearly a fourth single from OK Computer. A video was commissioned and filmed, but the band were not happy with the result. An exhausted Radiohead were coming to the end of almost 6 years of endless touring and recording, and the thought of pushing another single simply did not appeal. The band apparently lost an eye-watering amount of money on the video. Now we come to one of my personal favourites, and there's a lot of material on this one, so we'll be spending quite a bit of time here. Karma Police got its title from an in-joke that circulated within the band during touring. Whenever they witnessed someone behaving poorly, they would remark that the Karma Police would get them eventually. Several different versions of Karma Police appear on the mini-discs, and it's just about possible to track the song's progress. Probably the earliest is this recording, which contains completely different lyrics. The band briefly considered turning Karma Police into reggae. Unfortunately,
buzzes like a fridge, smells of air conditioning. He's gone to play me, running all around. He's gone to persuade me. Never wanna do.
It's a bit shit. By 96, the band had settled on the piano-based version, more similar to the recording we know today. They'd even worked out a kind of chorus. Unfortunately,
This is what you get. This is what you get. This is what you get when you fuck with
it was a bit shit. Karma Police was played regularly on the Alanis Morissette tour, and during the latter part of 96, Tom finally nailed the chorus, which is one of the best in Radiohead's catalogue. Speaking of the chorus, it does bear an uncanny resemblance to Sexy Sadie by the Beatles. It may just be a coincidence, but I think it's a little too close for that. What do you think?
This is what you get. This is what you get.
Karma Police was released as a single in August of 97, accompanied by a fantastic music video featuring Tom York in a 1976 Chrysler New Yorker, which really was as awful as it looks. The song reached number 8 in the UK charts. The song is a stone cold classic, and has been played live at almost every show ever since. In latter years, Karma Police is usually the closing song, with Tom and Johnny staying on stage for a bit of a sing-along with the crowd. Fitter Happier is almost unique within the Radiohead discography in that it's barely a song at all. According to Wikipedia, Fitter Happier is an example of music concrete. I don't know what that accent does. Anyway, it's a style of music that uses samples as opposed to actual instruments. The voice is provided by Fred, a text-to-speech application that was found on early versions of the Apple Macintosh. The Section 917 sample is taken from the film 3 Days of the Condor, and the piano noodling was done by Tom. Here's a longer version of it from the minidiscs, and apparently it's called something weird like A Piano Lies Down in the Middle of the Road or something. Fitter Happier was never played live. I can't even imagine how the band would do that. But it was used as the walk-on music for the first half of the OK Computer tour. Considered by many to be the weakest song on OK Computer, Electioneering takes on a more overtly political tone than any of the other tracks. Debuted during March of '96 and played at pretty much every show that year, Electioneering is almost unique in that it was once played twice at the same show for some goddamn reason. Originally featuring Tom on acoustic guitar, as you can see here, Electioneering fell out of favour very quickly, with some members regretting its inclusion on the album. Electioneering was the first and only song to be ditched entirely after the OK Computer tour and has never been played live since.
Lock in your dress that keeps your toys in the basement, and if you get too far inside, you'll find you came out where you went in. So tuck the kids up in safe tonight and shut the eyes in the cupboard. I am the weapon that you needed. Keep an eye out for the neighbours.
Yo amigos, justamente tiempo para despedirnos, agradecemos su presencia y esperamos el próximo martes. Gracias Now we come to another song that I absolutely fucking adore,
Climbing Up the Walls has more layers than an onion, and it probably counts as one of Nigel Godrich's best moments. In an interview with the BBC, which I can't upload because they're absolute bastards with the takedown requests, Nigel describes the process. Tom's vocals are actually sung into his guitar. The spooky atmosphere is provided by an open mic in the middle of the room, which picked up all kinds of sounds as the band played the song live. Phil's drum reverberated around the whole room and was picked up by everyone else's individual mics, which gives it the sound of someone hitting a metal trash can with a baseball bat. The sounds at the beginning are provided by Johnny scanning through various talk radio stations and heavily distorting the sound using a variety of pedals, a technique he also uses for the live performance. The strings were recorded later at Abbey Road. 2 remixes were released on the Karma Police single, the very decent 07 mix and the rather more forgettable Fila Brasilia mix. Incidentally, both remixes were released on an insanely rare promo vinyl, of which only 200 copies exist. If you own a copy, you lucky, lucky bastard. Climbing Up the Walls has been played live fairly consistently since '96. It started off live in a very different style, and a recording of this can be found on the OK Not OK cassette. Here it is.
And if you look too hard in your mind, you often see my reflection. It's always best when the light is off. It's always better on the outside. But if you stick with me, we'll go far. The girls will fall by the wayside. And anywhere you turn, I'll be there. Open up your skull, I'll be there. Climbing up the wall.
The song was played live regularly during the Alanis Morissette tour, where it appeared as a much more sedate yet somehow more insidious performance. Here it is.
Keeps your toys in the basement. And if you get too far inside, you'll only see my reflection. I am a face when she sleeps tonight. I am the smell of a field. When I cry out, I'll make the sound. We are friends till we die. And either way you turn, I'll be there. Open up your skull, I'll be there. Climb up the wall.
Climbing Up the Walls is another fan favourite, and has been played live fairly consistently since '97. Tom's vocals can be pretty goddamn awful sometimes.
Keeps your toys in the basement. And if you get too far inside, you'll only see my.
But the bass cuts through you like nothing else, and I fucking love it. A live recording from the BBC's evening session is included on the OK Computer Collector's Edition, but once again it's also on YouTube, so please don't buy it just for that. No Surprises is another track which most Radiohead fans would list as a favourite. The song was first heard publicly in December 95 when it was played during a show at Amsterdam's Paradiso Theatre. At that time the song had a different title, No Alarms and No Surprises, and very different lyrics, apparently written from the perspective of a man who's annoyed at his malfunctioning watch and his menstruating wife. I think that's what he's writing about. Anyway, here's a portion.
Sick of his clock stopping, winding up that ghost and sleeping next to him. Watch the batteries run down. He started using broken sentence, no alarms. The watch snapped, the batteries run down. He started using broken sentence, no alarms and no surprises. He was sick of his excuses to not take off her dress when meeting in the bathroom.
A similar demo recording can be found somewhere on the minidiscs and the OK Not OK cassette. It's basically the same thing. Once again, No Surprises started finding its way onto set lists with some regularity in '96, and apart from Johnny playing the guitar instead of the glockenspiel, is basically the version we know today. The video for No Surprises was filmed in late '97 and involves Tom lip-syncing the song, wearing an adapted helmet, with water being pumped in from below. At the appropriate moment, the song is sped up, so Tom doesn't quite hold his breath for as long as it looks. The original idea was to have Tom walking nonchalantly down a road while all kinds of chaos unfolds behind him. The release of Bittersweet Symphony killed the idea stone dead, and Tom rather liked the idea of his slowly drowning face being shown on TVs in bars and nightclubs around the world, because he's weird. No Surprises was released as a single in January of '98 and reached number 4 in the UK charts. In Japan, No Surprises was released as an EP, with the alternate title Running from Demons. It's worth tracking down if only for the gorgeous cover art. As with so many songs from this record, No Surprises is fondly remembered by most fans, and a concert is hardly complete without it. One lyric in particular has become increasingly popular throughout the years, and you can probably guess which one it is. Now we're going to take a break. I'm going to give you a nice uplifting history lesson. By 1990, communism had died throughout Eastern Europe. This threw several countries into chaos. Ceausescu, an absolute scumbag of epic proportions, and his equally horrid wife were told to eat shit and die by the Romanians. The USSR broke up and became about 20 different countries. The communist regime in Hungary celebrated 99.1% of the vote in the 1985 elections only because they were the only party allowed to stand, basically. Nobody was buying the government's bullshit, and soon they gave up too. Czechoslovakia split into 2 countries, but the worst hit nation was undoubtedly Yugoslavia. Tensions between different factions, particularly the Serbs and the Bosnians, led to all-out war by 92, and the fighting continued almost into the new millennium, by which time Yugoslavia basically no longer existed. Many innocent people were slaughtered, in what many believe to be the most recent genocide in Europe. In 1995, the charity War Child decided to raise money and awareness for the suffering being endured by children in the region. This resulted in the Help album, in which a range of artists were asked to record a track. Among them was Radiohead, who were asked to contribute a song with one proviso: the song had to be recorded in a single day. The band elected to record Lucky, which had already been played once for a radio show in Atlanta, Georgia. The song had a different intro, and here's a clip.
This time I feel my luck could change. I'm on a roll this time. I feel my luck could change. Kill me, Sarah. Kill me again with love. It's gonna be a glorious day. Pull me out, crash. Pull me out of the lake, 'cause I'm your savior. We are standing on the edge.
So Lucky was the first track recorded for the new record and set the tone for everything else. The Help album was released in September of 95, and Lucky was chosen as the lead single on the accompanying EP. BBC Radio 1 rather helpfully decided never to play it, and the single could only reach number 51. Thanks guys. The album did eventually raise £1.25 million. The sounds at the beginning are formed by Ed, who strums the other side of the fretboard. Lucky was released again as a single in various European countries in 97 and became a minor hit in Iceland of all places.
It's gonna be a glorious day. I feel my luck could change.
Ready.
And now we come to the very last song on OK Computer, continuing the theme of transport and lamenting the short amount of time the band were able to spend in one city after another. The Tourist is another one that appears on the mini-discs, this time with different lyrics. Here's a clip. I love this song so much I'm just gonna let it play. And now we come to the non-album tracks, and there are 11 to cover in total, so let's crack on. We start with Polyethylene, which comes in two parts. The first is essentially Tom taking the piss out of himself with melancholic lyrics, unnecessary falsetto, and mumbled, almost indecipherable singing. The song then breaks into a glorious rock ballad about polyethylene. If you've ever struggled to take the wrapping off a DVD, you've met polyethylene. In fact, you've met polyethylene probably every day of your life. The substance is extremely widely used and completely non-recyclable, and is destroying our planet right at this moment. A demo recording appears on the mini-discs and sounds like this. The song was played live a couple of times during the OK Computer tour. Unfortunately, it's a bit shit. Sadly, Tom couldn't quite cope with the demanding vocals for this one. I have no idea what the asterisk is for, but Pearly appears with polyethylene on the Paranoid Android single. It's another immensely fun song that was played live right up until 2001, and is the only Radiohead song besides There to feature Ed on drums. Apparently a remixed version appears on the Running from Demons EP, but I can't tell the difference. The remastered recording on OK Not OK has a slightly longer intro. A wonderful song in which Tom expresses his anxiety about becoming old and irrelevant. A Reminder is another one from the Paranoid Android single. A Reminder came very close to being included on OK Computer. The later mini-discs seem to be Tom's attempts to compile the finished tracks into a working track list, and A Reminder features prominently. The earliest recording from the mini-discs is probably this, with very different lyrics. A Reminder soon got the lyrics we know today. Here's an acoustic version, followed immediately by an a cappella recording which seems to have been done at the top of a hill.
If I get old, I will not give in. If I do, remind me of this. Remind me that once I was free, once I was quick, once I was lame. If I get old, I will not give in. And if I do, remind me of this. Remind me that once I was free, once I was clear, once I was lame.
Anyone who travelled to Prague about 20 years ago will recognise the sounds at the beginning. The voice is still used, but I believe the bongs no longer are. A Reminder was sadly only played live a total of 4 times, and 2 recordings exist. Unfortunately, they're a bit shit. There's always a dud. No matter how good the rest of the material is, there's always at least one absolute stinker.
Melatonin.
Yeah, melatonin.
You know what I mean?
I like that.
Sorry Tom, but you're just plain wrong. Melatonin was recorded in about a quarter of an hour. I can't play the original for copyright reasons, but I wouldn't want to anyway. What you're hearing is a demo recording from the mini discs before Tom added those stupid bloody awful drums. Moving on.
Just know that you are there. Love it like you should. I want to bury Here's it just grieves it bills maybe that won't get along.
Lull was apparently written by Ed and appears on the mini discs as Ed's song. There isn't much else to say about this one. It's not a particularly interesting song, there are no alternate versions, and it was never played live. Sorry.
Here's
Programmed by Henry Binns and Sam Hardiker, the guys behind 07, Meeting in the Aisle was used as the walk-on music during '98. The song had an interesting and very brief revival in 2012. During the preceding In Rainbows tour, Tom was getting tired of performing the same hits every night. Songs like No Surprises and Fake Plastic Trees were starting to sound phoned in. For that reason, several live staples were dropped for the 2012 tour, and several far more obscure tracks took their place, including Packed Like Sardines, The Amazing Sounds of Orgy, These Are My Twisted Words, Super Collider, new songs like Cut a Hole, Skirting on the Surface, Identikit and Full Stop, and of course Meeting in the Aisle, which was played 4 times, confusing the hell out of the audience. Palo Alto was released on the No Surprises single. I don't have a great deal to say about this one, so here are 2 demo recordings. The first is an acoustic version, the second a full band rendition, and here they are. The very first known performance of this song is from something called the 2 Meter Sessions in the Netherlands, and comes from 1995. Here's the only clip I could find. In the latter part of '97, Tom York presented a new song to the band. How I Made My Millions was a scratchy recording, which Tom recorded at home. Listen carefully and you can hear his partner putting away the shopping. The piano is slightly detuned. Despite all of this, the band loved the recording so much that they decided to release it completely untouched. This was a good decision as the performance is beautifully emotive. I have already made my feelings on OK Not OK quite clear, so I won't dwell on them. Released in 2017, the updated version of OK Computer features remastered versions of all the songs from that period, along with 3 previously unreleased tracks. The videos for these 3 tracks are quite interesting, as they appear to provide some kind of synchronicity. The main character from the I Promise video appears to be Robin from the Paranoid Android video, aged 20 years. The twist at the end, which I won't spoil, is definitely something you'd expect to see in a Magnus Carlsen video. The guy being chased in Man-O-War is clearly the same man from the Karma Police video. He's even wearing roughly the same clothes. At the end of Karma Police, the poor man finally becomes sick of his treatment and turns from hunted to hunter. Good for him. Tom York's character in the Lift video appears to be the same depressed, defeated, disinterested man from No Surprises. I've mentioned all 3 songs, now let's get into them.
This is the place. Sit down. You say.
Now there's going to be another history lesson. They say that the past is a different country because they do things differently there. Nowadays, when a band plays a new or a rare song, you can be sure that 1,000 recordings will appear on YouTube within a couple of hours. Until the middle of the noughties, this was impossible. There were no smartphones. There was no YouTube. The only way to record a live performance was by something called stealth taping, an incredibly faffy, stressful and expensive hobby which involves smuggling a whole taping rig past security, recording device, tapes, spare batteries, microphones, bass roll-off boxes, attenuator cables and everything else. The only way to do that was to shove the whole lot in the one place where the pat-down never reached, yes, basically in your underpants. This was known as the crotch method. I did this myself a few times and I can barely describe the pain and discomfort of trying to walk. Sitting down was of course impossible. If the venue had metal detectors, then you really were in the shit and you had some serious explaining to do. The taper would then rush to the toilet stalls, assuming they got past security, quickly assembling their taping rig, placing the mics either on their hat or somewhere near their neck, trying to ensure that the whole thing was invisible. The taper would then stand absolutely as still as a statue, while others moshed, sang and danced to their heart's content. Assuming the taper was successful in their endeavours, the public would then have to wait weeks as the recordings slowly made their way through the taping community, before eventually being uploaded to some internet site like LimeWire, Napster, Mega Upload, or any of those places. The listener would then wait several hours as the relevant FLAC file was slowly downloaded over their 56k connection. No MP3s, oh no. Tapers despised having their recordings converted to lossy formats. Alternatively, fans would stumble across these recordings on unofficial CDs known as bootlegs. The recording you're seeing now comes from the Pinkpop Festival in June of '96. This recording became a staple of many rarities bootlegs around this time, and was for about 20 years the only knowledge anyone had of this song. Lift was played many times throughout '96, and would have been a beast of a single had Radiohead decided to release it. They chose not to, and the song fell into a kind of limbo. Lift was briefly resurrected during the Iberian tour of 2002. Unfortunately, it was a bit shit. Even the band admitted that this version was a mistake and was never seriously in contention for Hail to the Thief. The song finally got a release on OK Not OK in 2017. Now, opinions are split on this song. I don't particularly like it very much. I prefer this from the mini discs. I seriously don't think that the newer version really holds a candle to this one.
Flying light from ocean to ocean, search the whole world, the drunken confessions and hijack the fence, just make you more alone.
Man O' War, also known as Big Boots, is another track that appeared on many early Rarities bootlegs. Debuted in October 95 and played about a dozen more times until December that year, Man O' War took on a legendary status within the Radiohead community. Man O' War was not played again for several years and does not appear to have been a serious contender for OK Computer. It is never on the mini-discs. There was an attempt to record the song in March of 98 and release it as part of the soundtrack for the movie The Avengers. However, in Tom's own words...
For the Avengers soundtrack. Oh, no, we didn't.
Oh, it's not happening
No,
now?
we ditched it. Because we were so fried. We were so messed up. And we went in and we tried to do a track and we just couldn't do it. It was actually a really difficult period of time. I mean, for us, I mean, we had a 5-week break. And, you know, all the was just coming to the surface and it was all a bit weird. And we tried to go into the studio and do this old track that we had and it just didn't happen at all. It was really, you know, a real low point after it and we had to scrap the whole idea.
Video from the session appears on Meeting People Is Easy. A visibly exhausted York can be seen becoming increasingly anguished and frustrated as the recording sessions come to nothing. During a show at Salamanca in 2002, Radiohead abandoned their set lists and took requests from the audience. Many people requested Man O' War. The band duly played the song, which they were clearly playing from memory and hadn't rehearsed for some time. Here's a recording. It's not very good as it's one of my own failed attempts at stealth taping. Listen carefully and you'll hear someone saying, "Shit!" That's me having a bit of a nerdgasm.
Okay, we're going to do Big Ideas. Yeah? We'll do that one. And then we'll do Big Boots, which is something else. Okay. Everybody in the back there. What the fuck?
Appearing on the OK Not OK cassette and therefore having an official release is an acoustic number called Attention, which is also listed in the mini-discs as Attenzione. There is a full band recording on the mini-discs, which I think is vastly superior. Apart from that, nothing is known about this one. Even less is known about Are You Someone, so I'll just let it run for a bit.
Is the detective is in charge of your case? Is the detective?
Finally, we come to the last track. I Promise was considered an early contender for OK Computer, and no less than 15 live recordings appear on the early mini-discs. The song has disappeared altogether by the later mini-discs as the band failed to record it. Unlike Lift and Man O' War, there was absolutely no mention of the song between 96 and the song's eventual release in 2017, and I Promise was considered dead. The song was played live a few times on the OK Not OK tour. If The Bends was a difficult album to make, then Kid A was pure torture. By the middle of '98, Radiohead were physically and emotionally spent, particularly Tom, who suffered a long period of writer's block. The band made only 2 public appearances between July '98 and the new millennium. Firstly at a show in support of Amnesty International, which took place in Paris in December '98, and secondly in June the following year, this time in Amsterdam, in support of the Tibetan freedom movement. Fans and media alike were desperate for another OK Computer. Songs like Lift, Big Boots, True Love Waits, Motion Picture Soundtrack, I Promise, Nude and How to Disappear were all speculated as potential first singles. Much to the disappointment of many, only 2 of those tracks would appear on the new album. Recording sessions began in January '99, once again with Nigel Godrich producing, but things were not happy within the camp. Tom York, who had taken years to reclaim ownership of Creep, was now starting to lose ownership of the Radiohead sound itself, as several bands began to copy their style. Radiohead needed a new direction, and new directions are always painful. Tom had been listening to artists like Aphex Twin and Otekra, and favoured moving towards that kind of sound. Relatively easy for one man and his laptop, but when you're in a band with 3 guitarists, it's more like shoving a square peg into a round hole. Ed O'Brien preferred to release a set of 3-minute pop songs, clearly forgetting that he was in Radiohead and not Boyzone. Clearly the band had to find a different way of approaching the construction of a song. This was an awkward transition, and the band seriously struggled. It didn't help that they were actually recording 2 albums at the same time. More on that later. The band started recording in Paris, but these sessions were unfruitful. Copenhagen was the next destination, and Radiohead spent 2 weeks there. Apart from a few bars of In Limbo, nothing much was achieved there either. By the end of '99, Radiohead fans had gone a whole 19 months with no information from the band. The clamour for the next album was immense, and with more and more people joining the information superhighway on a daily basis, there were so many rumours it was sometimes hard to keep up. Ed O'Brien cut through a lot of the bullshit by keeping a diary, and this provides some of the source material for this section. Recording moved back to Oxford towards the end of '99, where things finally started to improve. By April of 2000, the album was finished. Touring began in June 2000 with a few shows around Europe. Radiohead then hired a big tent for another tour of the UK and Europe, as the October release date began to draw near. EMI, who was still the band's record company, had learned by now that Radiohead knew what they were doing, but undoubtedly even they shat a brick when Radiohead announced that there would be no singles at all. This is good news for us, as there are no B-sides to cover, so there's no chance of this section stretching to 90 bloody minutes. On October 2nd, 2000, Kid A was released, and reviews ranged from glowing to openly hostile. If Planet Telex marked a deviation in Radiohead's musical direction, then everything in its right place was a hairpin turn. There are no guitars, there are no drums. All we have here is Tom's voice, a Prophet 5 synthesizer, and a bit of sampling. During the OK Computer tour, Tom became severely depressed. This can be seen in the movie Meeting People is Easy, a somewhat harrowing 90-minute documentary of the band's touring throughout 97 and 98. The colour drains out of the movie, just as the morale evaporated from Tom's mind. By the time of the tour's conclusion, Tom described himself as catatonic. The line, "Yesterday I woke up sucking a lemon," refers to Tom's facial expression during this time, as he often walked around with a noticeable frown. Over the years, the live version has been played at pretty much every show, and now counts as one of the band's most acclaimed songs. The band almost released this song as the first single, before deciding against releasing singles entirely. A live recording appears on the I Might Be Wrong live EP, and it's worth checking out. Radiohead previewed their new album on BBC Radio 1 with Steve Lamacq in September 2000. The entire nation, minus those who had been listening to the bootlegs, were expecting the same guitar-driven rock they'd heard on the Bends and OK Computer. What they got instead was this, heavily distorted vocals and again, no guitars. Programmed on something called a 505, according to Ed's diary, Kid A apparently has such violent lyrics that Tom could not bear to have them heard directly. Instead, he plugged his vocal mic into Johnny's keyboard and allowed Johnny to decide on the melody. The process garbled the voice so much that it's almost impossible to decipher the lyrics at all. The sleeve notes for Kid A come with no lyrics. This was deliberate, as the band did not want fans obsessing over their meaning. However, Kid A was played live a couple of times on the early Kid A tour. Here's a recording from Milan. Kid A was not played at all from August 2000 until May 2003. Here's a version from that year. Kid A was played occasionally right up until 2018. The addition of Clive Deamer as a second drummer allowed Radiohead to achieve things that weren't previously possible. Here's a recording from 2012.
Porque la buena crianza, en fin.
Now we're going all the way back to 1985. Dennis Taylor is the world snooker champion. This fucking oxygen thief is halfway through her second term in office, and a 17-year-old Tom York has just written the bass line for Everyone, a song which wouldn't see the light of day again until 1994, when the band attempted to record this song as a B-side for the Bends. They couldn't quite pull it off, and the song remained on the back burner. Neither recording is in public circulation. Everyone was briefly a contender for OK Computer, and appears on the mini-discs. Here it is. The song was soundchecked a few times during the OK Computer tour, including this appearance before the infamous MTV show in December 97. It's pretty much the same thing, but here it is anyway. As well as the electronic artists I mentioned earlier, Tom had also begun listening to jazz, particularly Charles Mingus. A horn section was perfect for the chaos of Everyone, which by 1999 had gained the alternate title The National Anthem. This is the second song after Climbing Up the Walls to feature Johnny on the transistor radio and very occasionally the television. The National Anthem is a popular live track. A recording appears once again on the I Might Be Wrong EP. The horn section rarely appears unless the band are playing the song for TV. Towards the end of the millennium, Johnny began experimenting with an instrument known as the Onde Martineau. This instrument was to feature prominently in Radiohead's recordings and concerts from 2000 onwards.
These two lines, here and here, off, now, for the rest of the show. I couldn't see a single soul in the audience for the whole of that show. I want to see them. You know, this whole thing, obviously, you know, I mean, Glastonbury this year and it's all muddy and shit. Everyone's like, you know, everyone's into the spirit, you know, because everyone's got something to fight against. Well, for us, this gig obviously means a fucking lot to play. And I've had a lot of problems on stage here. All the speakers have been blown up and stuff. Not that you can, it's not relevant. But thank you very much for being so patient.
Well, the rest of your evening is popping. Good night.
In June 1997, Radiohead headlined the Glastonbury Festival. Nowadays, Glastonbury is another boring pop festival, hosting the likes of Ed Sheeran and Beyoncé. But in '97, the headliners tended to be lesser-known bands who wouldn't normally fill stadiums. For many bands, headlining Glastonbury held the same prestige that a footballer might feel walking out at Wembley Stadium. It should be a joyous and wonderful occasion. For Radiohead, it was absolute hell. Heavy rain had clusterfucked the whole weekend, and enormous numbers of people had walked in ticketless, causing horrendous conditions for those brave enough to stay. It wasn't much fun for the artists either. Radiohead's set was besieged with technical problems. At one stage, the band's monitors stopped working, meaning they were unable to hear each other. The lighting was so poorly designed that Tom was on the verge of going blind. Radiohead soldiered on to the end of the show, which was highly acclaimed, but the mental scars of their experience ran deep. The band were traumatised, and with almost a year's worth of touring still to go, the next few months would be incredibly dark for all concerned. After a punishing European tour, in which Radiohead played one shitty leisure centre after another, Tom was physically and emotionally wrecked. After a gig at a particularly dreadful venue called the National Exhibition Centre in Birmingham, Tom had something of a mental breakdown. His good friend, Michael Stipe, had told him to expect this, and had provided Tom with instructions. Just repeat the mantra, "I'm not here, this isn't happening." How to Disappear completely describes the emotions Tom felt during that evening. It is quite possibly the band's best song. The songwriting, production and musicianship are all utterly top-notch. Towards the end of the song, a crescendo of noise engulfs Tom's delicate vocals, perfectly describing the feeling of a severe panic attack. An acoustic version can briefly be heard during Meeting People Is Easy. A full band rendition, introduced as How to Disappear Completely and Never Be Found, and named after the book by Doug Richmond, was first heard at Los Angeles Universal Theatre on 1st of April 1998, and sounds like this. It's not the best recording, but even at this stage, you can hear that the song has a wonderfully ethereal and dreamlike quality. In 2001, Radiohead played a show for French television. During this show, Tom played a quite glorious rendition of this song, accompanied by 5 Ond Martineau players. The performance is quite sublime. I have attempted to put a sample here. If the copyright owners will allow it, you'll see a clip, otherwise I will show you a still shot and advise you to seek it out. The Persian word ferdus describes a beautiful orchard or a tree-lined garden. The word paradise has its root here. In some religions, paradise is the resting place where souls wait to be refreshed before moving on to their final destination. Tree Fingers serves this function, an immediate transition between the emotional intensity of How to Disappear and the lyrical chaos of Optimistic would have been far too jarring. Tree Fingers was played live twice, at two very sombre shows in Nîmes in 2012, immediately after a fatal stage collapse in Toronto earlier that year. During Tom's period of writer's block, the band would sometimes resort to throwing lyrics into a hat, picking them out at random, and writing songs based on whatever came out. Optimistic is the best example of this, a crazy and apocalyptic track in which Tom repeats the mantra, "You can try the best you can is good enough." This was actually inspired by Tom's partner at the time, who would console Tom during this rough patch. Optimistic is the first song on Kid A that features guitars prominently, and almost appears as an apology to the older Radiohead fan pining for the days of Just and Paranoid Android. The song is played live very, very rarely.
Finisterre, southwesterly 6 to gale 8, occasional rain, moderate or poor. Seoul, Lundy, Fastnet, Irish Sea, Shannon, southwesterly, veering westerly 6 to gale 8, decreasing 4. Rain at times, moderate or poor, becoming good.
Okay, this is another difficult one. You get to see Ed like that for this one.
Anyone who stays awake past midnight and listens to BBC Radio 4 will be familiar with the shipping forecast, aimed solely at those making their way along the various shipping lanes around the British Isles. Much of the language is fairly incomprehensible to anyone else, but it's wonderfully relaxing nonetheless. Only someone like Tom could use it as the opening line of possibly the most bleak, pessimistic and apocalyptic song on Kid A. In Limbo, or Lost at Sea if you prefer, was one of the first tracks to be completed. Like Letdown, In Limbo was somewhat tricky to play live, and the lineup changed many times over the years, with Ed either on keyboards, guitar, or simply playing the tambourine. Before you ask, I've no idea what an idiotech might be, and the band themselves have never revealed this. It may be a play on the word idiotic, but I'm not sure. Now picture the scene. It's the 16th of September 2000. You're in a tent somewhere in the Dutch university town of Nijmegen with about 8,000 other people watching a Radiohead concert. The setlist has been fairly standard so far, with mostly tracks from the Bends and OK Computer, with a couple of new ones thrown in. Then, about halfway into the set, the band starts doing this. Suddenly it's like you're at a disco. People are dancing. People never dance at Radiohead shows. How would one even dance to the likes of Lucky or Exit Music? Even Tom, who until now has been stock still in the dead centre of the stage, is moving around like a child trying to remove a flame from his hair. You've just heard Idiotech for the first time. Many now consider this to be Radiohead's best song, and I can't really disagree. If you have a very deep knowledge of music, or if you were watching 1 minute ago, you may notice one of the samples being used here. It's from a Paul Lansky piece called Mild und Leise. By now the apocalyptic lyrics of In Limbo and Optimistic have become blind panic, rather like the meme of that dog surrounded by flames, who first takes the situation in his stride and then rushes out with a fire extinguisher. Like many people, Tom had become increasingly concerned about the environment, and would spend the next few years campaigning for governments to reduce their CO2 emissions. After realising that the likes of David Cameron and Donald Trump really don't give a shit what musicians have to say, Tom appears to have given up. Idiotech, however, lives on. The song is usually the highlight of the show, especially if Tom is in the mood for an interpretive dance. Johnny uses this bloody thing, apparently called a modular synthesizer, and yes, that is Jeff Porcaro from Toto in the picture. It's an incredibly complex piece of machinery, and sadly it does have a habit of going horribly wrong. Despite this, the song is an absolute monster when played live. As you probably know, there are two versions of Morning Bell. I shall save some time by talking about both of them here. In 1998, Tom recorded Morning Bell on a mini-disc. There was a lightning strike and the song was lost. After a grueling flight back from Japan, an exhausted Tom suddenly remembered the song and showed it to his bandmates. They were impressed, and Morning Bell was one of the first songs to be considered for the new album. As I already mentioned, the recording sessions were rather strenuous. The recording that appears on Amnesiac was apparently completed first. The band initially despised this version, but their opinions softened over time, and it perfectly suited an album which is meant to portray a sort of recurring nightmare. Only the Kid A version has ever been played live. Motion Picture Soundtrack could have a deep dive all of its own. The reception to Kid A was initially lukewarm from the fans, who reserved a special dislike for this song. Motion Picture Soundtrack was written around the same time as Creep, and was premiered in 1995 with very different lyrics.
Help me get back to your arms. Long nights and bad flights. Help me get where I belong. It makes me crazy.
For several years, Motion Picture Soundtrack was known to the fans purely as a solo acoustic song, which Tom would very occasionally play right at the end of a concert. One recording from a radio show in April '96 found its way onto various bootlegs and was widely shared online, becoming a massive favourite within the Radiohead community. Here's a snippet. The minidiscs contain several failed attempts at a full band composition. When Motion Picture Soundtrack was announced as the final track on Kid A, the fans expected a soaring, beautiful, tear-jerking, minimalist ballad, rather like this recorded in Plymouth in 1997. What they got instead was a strange little piece featuring a harmonium, an auto harp, and a mellotron. Motion Picture Soundtrack is a wonderful song, but much like Kid A itself, it took a fair bit of getting used to. In terms of the album's narrative, the song's placement and its composition make perfect sense. The album version has a hopeless and apocalyptic nature that just isn't possible for one man and his guitar. Another version would later appear on the OK Not OK cassette. It's a piano-based recording this time, and frankly it's absolutely gorgeous, but once again you can see why the band didn't put it on Kid A.
Red wine and sleeping pill, help me get back to your arms.
The song is called Follow Me Around.
I see you in the dark corner of the street, coming after me.
In 2021, 5 millionaires in their mid-50s decided that they didn't have quite enough money, so they released Kid Amnesia, an even more blatant and appalling cash grab than OK Not OK. If you were one of the desperate schmucks who paid way too much money for the full set, you were rewarded with a bonus disc. Follow Me Around appears on the disc. The song first appeared as a full band version on the Meeting People is Easy movie, and copyright permitting, here's a clip. Otherwise I'll insert a picture of a cat or something. They can't copyright this, a recording of the very first public performance from Toronto in 2000.
It follows me around. It follows me around. Did you lie to us, Tony? We thought you were different. Now you know we're not so sure.
For the next 18 years, Follow Me Around remained in this state, until a performance during a benefit concert in 2017. Here it is again.
I
the end, Radiohead dusted off an old demo, threw some processing over it, and slapped it on Kid Amnesia like they didn't give a shit. A real shame. Moving on. If You Say the Word appears on Ed's diary as C minor song. I'm not going to say much as the song has even less history than Follow Me Around, and for reasons I've already expressed, I kind of object to its existence. I know what you're thinking, assuming you're thinking anything at this point. If my calculations are correct, then we're into the 6th hour of this marathon, and if you've stuck with it all this time, God bless you. You're thinking, he's missed a hidden track off the end of Kid A, hasn't he? Yes I did, I completely forgot. But that's okay because Kid A and Amnesiac are basically two parts of the same record, and the hidden track, which has no official title, acts as a sort of bridge between the two. Amnesiac was released in June 2001, barely 9 months after Kid A. Often mocked as the inferior brother to Kid A, Amnesiac was dubbed Kid B-side by more than one reviewer, and sadly the record is a little bit spotty. It certainly doesn't flow as well. As well as the regular CD release, the band also produced a limited edition book full of artwork from Tom and Stanley Donwood. The book is so easy to track down that I'm not entirely sure what their definition of limited actually is. There are 17 tracks to review in this section, so I won't waffle on like I did for Kid A. Let's crack on.
Years of waiting, nothing came as your light flashed before your eyes. You realize
Packed Like Sardines was originally titled Popad, for reasons best known to the band. Tom applies autotune to his voice here. Packed Like Sardines is apparently about being stuck in traffic.
After years of waiting, I'm a reason
The song was played throughout 2001 and once in 2012. Here's a snippet from that one.
to heaven, what did I see?
Pyramid Song was the subject of intense speculation for many years. Several musicologists, journalists and amateur musicians tried to figure out the complex rhythm of this strange and beguiling piece, but now the answer is settled. So what is it, 15-9, 27-6, 14-11? No. Turns out it's in 4-4, just with a ton of syncopation. Bit of an anticlimax, isn't it? Yeah, well. Anyway, since we've already explored the furthest reaches of my knowledge in music theory, let's talk about the actual song. A track called Nothing to Fear was played by Tom and Johnny in 1999 at a show in Amsterdam in support of the Tibetan freedom movement. Here's a snippet. The track was played many times on the Kid A tour under the title Egyptian Song. In May 2001, Pyramid Song was released as a single. Accompanied by a superb video created by a group called Shinola, the song reached number 5 in the UK charts. Pyramid Song is certainly the strongest track from Amnesiac and seems to have an enduring appeal, certainly within the fanbase, often being cited as one of the band's best songs. Radiohead have a brilliant, beautiful, life-affirming song called True Love Waits. Towards the end of this video, in fact right at the very end, we're going to get to that one. And there will be a lot to cover because the song's story stretches throughout the band's entire career. There were attempts to record True Love Waits during the Kid A sessions. As we know, they ultimately came to nothing. But one recording did provide the basis for Pulk, Pull Revolving Doors. I have no idea what a pulk might be, and if the song weren't 3 minutes of earache, I might have been more inclined to find out. In this song we can hear Tom speaking into a computer microphone. The software itself, the aforementioned auto-tune, has been set to a particular key. As Tom spoke into the microphone, the software desperately tried to put the speech into a tune based on the key selected. The result is Pulk Revolving Doors, a song that really doesn't seem to go anywhere. The song was never played live. Another version, presumably the recording of True Love Waits that forms the basis of this song, is available on the Kid Amnesia bonus disc. Thankfully, things pick up immediately with You and Who's Army. The band were listening to the Ink Spots around this time, and this song probably represents the best example of their influence on Radiohead's music. The song is an absolute treat when played live, as Tom usually has a camera staring directly into his face. That's a lot more fun than it sounds, I promise. Tom once owned a house near a beach in the UK. As he walked along the beach, he could see his house in the distance. He saw somebody switch on a light in his house. No perpetrator was ever found and nothing was stolen, but it formed the basis for this song, along with more encouraging words from his partner Rachel. I Could Be Wrong was premiered as an acoustic number at a show in Milan in 2000, and here's a clip. By the time of the Kid A tent tour in September of that year, the song's title was tweaked to I Might Be Wrong, and it became a popular track, appearing in most set lists until the end of the In Rainbows tour, and was almost the third single from Amnesiac. Instead, the band decided to release the I Might Be Wrong EP, a collection of live recordings taken from several shows throughout 2001. As you'd expect, the EP contains a live version of the title track, taken from the infamous Oxford South Park show, and it's certainly worth a listen, as the track has a much more energetic feel when played live. Knives Out apparently took almost a year to record. It was previewed in 1999 on a completely unwatchable webcast. Nobody in those days had the ability to screen record a webcast, so only the audio still exists. Here it is anyway. Knives Out was released as a single in the summer of 2001 with a fucking awful video directed by Michael Gondry. You can practically hear him in the background going, "Ask me what it means, ask me what it means, please ask me what it means." Nobody cared what it meant, and Knives Out was the first track since Just to fail to reach the top 10 in the UK. It did however reach number 1 in Canada, providing the band with their first chart topper anywhere in the world, if you care about that sort of thing. Knives Out was played regularly until 2002, and quite rarely after that. One of the biggest criticisms of Thom Yorke's singing is that he often mumbles his lyrics. This is okay if the lyrics are basically gibberish anyway, and that's certainly the case with Dollars and Cents. So the exact wording of Dollars and Cents remained a mystery for many years, until the official lyrics were printed in a songbook covering most of the band's discography. It's worth checking out if you can read music. Dollars and Cents was played live many times until the King of Limbs tour, and one version appears on the I Might Be Wrong EP. The title of Hunting Bears comes from a comic that Tom and Stanley drew during a brief obsession with genetic engineering. By 2001, the iconic bear had more or less become Radiohead's official logo. The modified bear, as it's officially known, appears all over the place in Radiohead's artwork. If you've ever heard the track Zawinul Lava, I think that's how it's pronounced, by Brian Eno, you've basically heard Hunting Bears, as the latter is really a cover of the former. Hunting Bears has been played live on a couple of occasions, usually tacked on to the end of National Anthem as seen here. Let's pause for a brief moment to have another uplifting history lesson, shall we?
The 28 countries with forces in the Gulf area have exhausted all reasonable efforts to reach a peaceful resolution, have no choice but to drive Saddam from Kuwait by force. We will not fail. As I report to you, air attacks are underway against military targets in Iraq.
Good morning. President Bush announced...
In 1990, Iraq invaded Kuwait because something oil. It usually is oil. Efforts to force Iraq out, led by a coalition starring George Bush Sr. and this fucking waste of skin, fell by the wayside. In early 1991, the coalition ran out of patience and started their bombing campaign. Iraq, who frankly had no chance against the 39 nations of the coalition, started firing rockets into Israel, because why fucking not? Apparently they were hoping that Israel would fire back, stirring tensions even further, and force the Arab nations within the coalition to withdraw. Unfortunately for Saddam Hussein, Israel weren't falling for their bullshit and no retaliation occurred. Oh shit, said Hussein, as the coalition grew stronger. Operation Desert Storm was launched, and by the spring of 91, Iraqi forces had fucked off back to their own territory, and Kuwait was liberated. Operation Desert Storm became known as the Video Game War. Footage was rushed back from the front lines and broadcast in all parts of the world who cared enough to cover it. Much of the footage was, of course, quite harrowing. No pictures of Papillon Susu in a tiny skirt here. It was rather more like this.
News of Iraqi atrocities soon began to leak out. There were stories of mass executions, rape and torture. Some of the executions by Iraqi firing squads took place in full view of anyone who cared to watch.
And it was these images that inspired I Will. We're going to look at two songs at once here because it's pretty much impossible to split these up. I Will first appeared very briefly during Meeting People Is Easy. There were various attempts to record this song during 2000, but according to Ed's diary, none of these were successful. I Will re-emerged in 2002, this time a full band version with no less than 3 singers, Tom, Ed and Phil. The song was performed several times during the 2002 Iberian tour. By 2003, everyone except Tom was relieved of their duties. An alternate recording, known as the LA version, was released on the 2+2=5 single in the autumn of 2003. It's basically the 2002 version again. Now the question is, how exactly are I Will and Like Spinning Plates related? If you're a proper Radiohead nerd like me, you'll know the answer already. In 2001, the band had an electronic version of I Will that they absolutely hated. Tom referred to it as shitty Kraftwerk. Desperate for some inspiration, they turned the song backwards. Tom picked out a melody from the noise he was hearing, and Like Spinning Plates was created. I'm going to play you a section of the I Will LA version, backwards and with the vocals isolated. Listen very carefully and you can just about hear something that sounds quite close to Like Spinning Plates. Not satisfied with turning I Will backwards, Tom wanted to do the same with his vocals. In the song itself, we can clearly hear Tom's vocals are backwards most of the time, but we can make out the lyrics. Here's a section of Like Spinning Plates which again I've turned backwards. Now you can hear that Tom is singing normally, so Tom actually learned how to sing the entire song backwards, including all of the breathing patterns. Colin remarked that this would be very tricky to accomplish live. The effect is rather wonderful. It adds beautifully to the incredibly bleak and ominous lyrics. The words, incidentally, are kind of a reference to Dante's Inferno. Tom's partner at the time, the sadly departed Rachel Owen, was a renowned scholar at Oxford University who specialised in Dante's work. Here's something even more wonderful, it's the live version. Two recordings exist. There's a recording which appears on the I Might Be Wrong EP, recorded in Ohio, and then there's a studio recording which appears on Kid Amnesia. I highly prefer the former.
I'm in trouble with my only friend. She is paper in the window pane. She is putting on a smile, living in a glass house.
Remember about 4 hours ago when I talked about exit music? Originally titled Poison, the song sounded like this.
Get away, I'm no good, I am poison, leave me be.
Now here's a different part of the same song. Recognise it?
And I see it
Yep, that is Life in a Glass House, because the two were originally the same song. Life in a Glass House made its first public appearance on Meeting People is Easy. The band can be seen sound-checking it.
End of year then, everyone's albums then, Birth and What's His Hair?
Well, at the NME we think, that's a good bit, but we think between, for the readers we'll probably vote for either you or we're not sure.
Right.
Tom York once recalled a story about an actor and his wife who were being hounded by the tabloid press. People would turn up at their house with cameras, desperate for something to show the gibbering simpletons who tend to read The Sun or OK Magazine or wherever the hell these pictures ended up. The actor's wife had an ingenious solution. She papered the windows with images of the couple from other tabloids. The paparazzi had nothing to photograph.
The undisputed master of the genre was Lionel Blair, and hopeful team members used to constantly badger Lionel with pleas to get a place on the show. Lionel relates how he once had Christopher Biggins on his back every night for a month before he finally got the part he wanted.
Recording the song was a real bitch of a problem, and after several fruitless months, the band reached out to legendary jazz trumpeter Humphrey Lyttelton, who had a minor hit in the UK with a track called Bad Penny Blues, but would have been better known as the host of I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, an improv comedy show normally broadcast on BBC Radio 4 and still running today, despite Humph's sad passing in 2008. If you're not familiar with the show, go and listen to a couple of episodes because it is brilliant. Humph suggested turning the song into a sort of New Orleans funeral march, and his vision transformed the song. Life in a Glass House was only played live once. If the BBC will allow it, you'll see it here, otherwise you'll just get some audio. Another version, this time with a longer solo from Humph, appears on the Knives Out single.
You should turn the other cheek. Living in a glass house. Sit around and chat. Well, of course I like to stare at you the fact. Well, of course I like to sit around and chat.
Now we dip into the B-sides, and this is going to be a bit of a problem. The next 5 all suffer the same issues. They were never played live, there are no alternate versions with one exception, and they barely appear on Ed's diary. So if any of these songs happen to be favourites of yours, I'm sorry, but they're only getting a passing mention. Kinetic was mentioned in Ed's diary. The drumming here is partially sampled from Miles Runs the Voodoo Down, a track from Miles Davis' classic album Bitches Brew. The sample is not credited on the Pyramid Song single. Fast Track is mentioned a couple of times in Ed's diary, and there is an alternate version on the Kid Amnesia bonus disc. And that's all I've got, sorry. There is some speculation that the phrase "I can see the light at the end of the tunnel" comes from this man, Tariq Aziz, who used it during a press conference in 1998 as tensions between Iraq and the US were particularly high. Remember the whole weapons of mass destruction shit? It's also an incredibly common idiom like "you and whose army," "packed like sardines," "like spinning plates," "knives out," "I might be wrong," so it could be that he just got it from that. I'm waffling because I've got nothing else to say here. Cut Tooth was intended for Kid A. The song appears many times on the earlier pages of Ed's diary. The track may have been meant for Amnesiac as well. Apparently an early promo copy of the album contains this song as the 9th track in place of Hunting Bears. A copy of this promo, which may well have been a mispress, found its way to a French radio DJ who duly played the song. Fans picked up on this, but the DJ did not give the title, so the fans gave it the moniker Tongue Tied, and it was known as this for several months, until the song was eventually released on the Knives Out single in August 2001. Worrywart has never been played live or mentioned by the band, so there really isn't much to say about this one at all. Sorry. And now we finally come to a song that was actually played live, on television no less. Tom knew the banks were going to collapse long before the 2008 financial crash. Quite honestly, a lot of people did. Tom even expressed this fear in the 1998 documentary Meeting People is Easy. This song predicts the appalling acts of cowardice that were to follow, as governments refused to help those in need, instead choosing to bail out the banks, the rich doing for the very rich precisely what they refused to do for the very poor. The Amazing Sounds of Orgy was released on the Pyramid Song single and became a largely forgotten B-side until 2012, when the track was suddenly included in set lists.
It's fine. Sorry, it's not good enough. Sitting back, won't
Fog originally appeared on set lists as Alligators in New York Sewers, with Tom on piano. A studio recording was completed in 2001. Unfortunately, the band collectively disliked it, so much so that in 2003, Radiohead reverted back to the piano version and released it with the title Fog Again, and this version has been played very, very occasionally ever since. In 2021, Radiohead released another studio version, this time called Fog Again Again.
So who here doesn't know about it? Everybody knows what I'm talking about. You don't know what I'm talking about? You don't know about the aeroplanes in America? You don't know? Somebody tell him. I'll tell you. Well, I can't remember it all now. Two jets. Right? 3, 7, I don't know, I've lost it.
4 jets.
How many?
4 jets.
4 jets. 1 crashed into the Pentagon, 2 crashed into the World Trade Center, 1 got shot out of the sky by the Americans. The Senate crashed as well. So that's why, things are a little bit mute tonight. I'm sorry about that. This is called Paranoid Android.
In between the release of Amnesiac and the first recording sessions for the following album, the world changed forever. This would have a massive bearing on the next record. Hail to the Thief was previewed in 2002 as the band toured Spain and Portugal. The band would start these shows with up to 7 new songs, sometimes taking a break for a few minutes, before continuing with the rest of their set. These shows were extremely fun as the band were in a very happy, relaxed mood. The 3 shows from Salamanca in August of that year are definitely worth tracking down as they're beautifully performed, expertly recorded, and contain a great deal of the band's material. All of these shows are documented and we may be hearing bits and pieces from some of them. Hail to the Thief was released in May 2003 and again it seems to split opinion. It is definitely too long. The band wanted the album finished quickly, and they were in no mood to argue over the track listing. This was a mistake as there are at least 4 songs that might have made strong B-sides, but really didn't merit a place on the album. Tom York himself posted an alternate track list in 2008, with much of the fat trimmed. I've listened to this track list and it does make a lot more sense. There are lots of good songs here, some of them display a sense of humour that had never been heard previously. But the album is, at best, a bit up and down. Here's Ed O'Brien correctly agreeing with me.
Well, Hail to the Thief was also at the time, that was an attempt to make a record where we all got on. And it was harmonious. The problem with that record, I think we feel is, or personally and some of us do, is that it wasn't edited very well.
No, we didn't spend enough time.
We didn't spend enough time. And so you get to a stage when everybody gets on fine, but then you have to edit it, and that's when disagreement comes, because you all have different opinions. So we didn't go there.
Well, if you say it wasn't edited very well, are we saying that I look back, say, on Kid A and say, that's an album you listen to like a classical piece from beginning to end. If you do that, you get it, because that's how we made it. Yeah. Whereas, what are you saying about edited Hail to the Thief? Are you saying that songs were too disparately
we
all
didn't,
over the place?
musically, and we didn't, you know, there are too many songs on the record anyway. We didn't get to that stage. You know, it's, you have to, like, hone away at something. Like with In Rainbows, the last month and a half was really honing it down.
Many of these songs contain a real visceral anger, brought on mainly by a growing anxiety about the poor state of world politics. Since the release of Amnesiac, 9/11 had happened and invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan were underway. There are 19 tracks to cover here, so let's crack on. And the album gets off to a brilliant start, with 2 + 2 = 5. No less than 2 alternate versions exist, and they're both on an EP called Comlag, which was released in Japan in 2004 and serves as a handy collection of the B-sides from this era. If for some goddamn reason you need a physical copy of I Am a Wicked Child, I would strongly recommend getting this. You can get it on the EMI Collector's Edition too, but fuck them. There are 2 references here. 2 + 2 = 5 is a reference to George Orwell's novel 1984, but each track on this album had an alternate title, and in this case The Lukewarm is a reference to Dante's Inferno, and refers specifically to a place for those who did no evil themselves, but also did not prevent evil. Get used to this kind of thing, it's definitely a running theme. It doesn't become tiresome, this is a million miles from Pablo Honey, but Tom was incredibly fired up at this time. Hail to the Thief refers to the 2000 US presidential election and the somewhat controversial way in which George W. Bush rose to power. 2 + 2 = 5 was the 3rd single from Hail to the Thief, and was the first and only Radiohead single to have a DVD edition. Now it's time for another history lesson. In Central Africa there used to be a country called Zaire. After decades of decaying infrastructure, corrupt local officials, and an economy in permanent decline, tensions were raised between various warring factions. In 1996, neighbouring Rwanda, who were concerned that Zairian rebels were preparing to mount an invasion, decided to invade themselves, and were soon joined by Uganda, Burundi, Angola and Eritrea. Hundreds of thousands died in the conflict, now known as the First Congo War. Nothing was really achieved in the 6 months of fighting, and the Second Congo War began just over a year later. Tom referred to this conflict as an inspiration for Sit Down, Stand Up. The line, "We can wipe you out any time," may refer to the Rwandan genocide of 1994. Sit Down, Stand Up goes back to 1998, and an early keyboard version can be heard on Meeting People is Easy. Sit Down, Stand Up was played at almost every show during 2002 and became a huge fan favourite, as the song builds to a wonderful explosion roughly 2/3 of the way through the song. Nobody is sure what the raindrops refers to, and that includes Tom, who admitted that the lyric has no real meaning. The band struggled to recreate the intensity of the live version in the studio. There is a video directed by Ed Holdsworth. Now, I must mention this because it's an important part of the band's history. In 2004, the band released 4 episodes of a show called The Most Gigantic Lying Mouth of All Time. The episodes were originally available on a website called Radiohead.tv, but were not available on demand. Those who tuned in late were not able to view them. Later they were released on DVD. Unfortunately, they're a bit shit. There are some good moments, including several intriguing videos from another band called Triptych Ensemble Crew, but don't bother trying to hunt it down. The video for Sit Down Stand Up is on the DVD, but you're better off just watching it on YouTube. There was an old woman tossed up in a basket, 19 times as high as the moon. Where she was going I couldn't but ask it, for in her hand she carried a broom. Old woman, quoth I, oh whither, oh whither, oh whither so high, to brush the cobwebs off the sky? Shall I go with thee? Aye, by and by. In 2001, Tom's son Noah was born. It's not unusual for new parents to develop an anxiety about the sort of world they're leaving behind for their children. In Tom's case, this anxiety already existed, which is evident in the lyrics for the previous 2 albums. Sail to the Moon is often written off as a poor relation to Pyramid Song, which is a stupid opinion, as their only similarity is that they're both piano-based songs. Actually, there is another similarity, the bizarre composition. Once again, the time signature has been a matter of much conjecture. The song's alternate title, Brush the Cobwebs from the Sky, is a reference to the Mother Goose poem I quoted earlier. In terms of live performances, Sail to the Moon was debuted in 2002 and played at almost every show throughout the next 2 years. Drifts was played live at pretty much every show during 2003 and 2004 and served as a good excuse to go and have a piss. As you can probably tell, I'm not massively keen on this one. Back Drifts is a 6-minute song, but it's finished making its point after about 90 seconds and then drones on for about another 4 minutes, boring me to death quite honestly. The song was not played at all during the 2002 Iberian tour and no alternate versions were ever released. So there's really nothing else to say here. Moving on. A track called Over My Dead Body was played a couple of times on the 2002 Iberian tour. Here's a few seconds from the very first performance. Despite not being played at every show, Go to Sleep became a fan favourite as bootlegs began to circulate, and it was a favourite within the band as well and became the second single. There is a video too, unfortunately it's a bit shit. Apparently Tom spent several days with several dozen ping pong balls attached to his face. The sounds at the end are provided by Johnny, who puts his guitar through a patch called Max MSP. I hope that made sense to you because it means bugger all to me. Anyway, the song was played live throughout 2003 and 2004, but almost never again after that, as the song appears to have fallen out of favour. Sometime in 1998, when Tom and Johnny were on holiday in Israel, Tom wrote part of this song in the Negev desert. Back home, Tom purchased something called a QY70, a miniature synthesizer workstation, again I have no idea what that means, and created the first rough demo of Where I End and You Begin, which shares one or two lyrics with Optimistic, and may have been written using the same method, with lyrics pulled at random from a hat. A demo recording was released on a compilation for the charity Oxfam in late 2003. It was recorded in 2001 or early 2002, and the demo sounds like this. The live performance is pretty much a carbon copy of the album recording, and it was very pleasant indeed. Unfortunately, it was played with decreasing regularity until 2018. Sadly, predatory behaviour has been ever present in the entertainment industry. In 2002, the UK was awash with god-awful talent shows promising lifelong fame and fortune to anyone good enough to win. This was bullshit, of course. Many of the acts were forgotten as soon as the series finished. But once you ply people with enough money and cocaine, they will do anything to keep the momentum going, including eating a kangaroo's anus, which was also turned into an entertainment spectacle for the millions of gibbering simpletons who have nothing better to do. We Suck Young Blood is quite an explicit reference to the endless exploitation of those desperate for fame. It is not their best song by any means, and even the band went to great lengths to point out that it should not be taken seriously, but it does come with a sense of humour that isn't often present in Radiohead's music, so it does stand out. When played live, the audience are encouraged to join in the slightly out-of-time clapping, so the song was a great deal of fun. Unfortunately, the band's opinion of it seems to have worsened over the years. It does not appear on Tom's revised track list and has not been played live since 2004. A very, very obscure mix once appeared on an EMI promotional CD, and here's a snippet of that. According to Tom, there is an unreleased video for We Suck Young Blood, shot on the same type of camera that was used to film Nosferatu. It may even have been filmed by Paul Thomas Anderson. Now that I would like to see.
de l'assassin, présume du raid 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 de l'assassin, présume du germain, ça c'est le nerf, du germain, ça c'est le nerf.
Of the bottle, it is now the witching hour. Genie let out of the bottle, it is now the witching hour.
The Gloaming was, for a while, the original title for the album. Hail to the Thief's 8th track is a reference to the Iraq War of 2002, which many considered to be an illegal invasion of Iraq based on bad arguments about an existential threat posed by Saddam Hussein, a man who certainly needed to fuck off and die, but the campaign became a disaster, and Iraq is arguably worse off now than it ever was during his regime. A state of affairs that absolutely everybody saw coming, except for this pair of bastards. Anyway, The Gloaming is an electronic piece which was played live at almost every show until 2018.
They will suck you down to the other side. They will suck you down to the other side. They will suck you down to the other side. They will suck you down to the other side. To the shadows blurring, shadows blurring. Your alarm bells, your alarm bells. Shadows
Another contender for Radiohead's best song, and certainly the highlight of this album, There There has a long and tortuous history. Like many of their great songs from the OK Computer and Kid A periods, There There was a tricky one to record, and like I Promise, Lift, Man O' War and True Love Waits, it seemed as though this song would also fall by the wayside. There There was first played during a webcast. It is a very, very different composition. The band recorded a demo during the latter part of 2001, which was later released as a B-side on the 2+2=5 single. I will try to play you a little bit, but the copyright demons may strike. During the early parts of 2002, the band finally had a version they were happy with. In Lisbon in July of that year, fans gulped in amazement as no less than 3 drum kits appeared on stage. I will play you the last half of the song, however this version actually comes from Salamanca on the same tour. You will notice that the change in pace happens much earlier here. The song had a brilliant effect when played live, but listening to recordings now it doesn't quite work. So, back to the drawing board. By early 2003, the song was rearranged into the version we know today. Tom loved it so much that he was moved to tears. To be fair, it is bloody brilliant. Here's the ending again from a show in 2003. It's much better this time, isn't it? There There was released as a single in May 2003, becoming Radiohead's last top 10 hit in the UK, and was accompanied by a fantastic music video. If you're wondering what happened to I Will, I covered that song along with Like Spinning Plates. Radiohead were signed by Parlophone in 1991. 10 years later, on 7th July 2001, the band celebrated their anniversary with a massive show at Oxford South Park, in front of an estimated crowd of 40,000. It was quite an evening. There were performances from Sigur Rós, Supergrass and Beck. Even Humphrey Lyttelton made an appearance. As the evening drew on, the weather got steadily worse, becoming pretty much unbearable as the show made its way into the fourth encore. The band finished with Creep, and almost everyone went home satisfied. I say almost everyone because one review of the show was quite scathing. This upset Tom York, who later claimed that the review spoiled what should have been a momentous occasion. He should have just let it go. Bad reviews are part and parcel of being a public figure, and you can never please everyone. Tom's dismay inspired some of the lyrics for A Punch Up at a Wedding, a rather poor song that really has no place on a Radiohead album. Indeed, when Tom revised the tracklist in 2008, Punch Up was correctly omitted. The song was played regularly during the 2002 Iberian tour, and apart from a few structural changes, differs little from the version we know today. In November of that year, Tom played a solo version on a webcast. Here's a few seconds of that one.
Don't infect me with your poison. I believe in a China shop. When I turn around, you'll stay frozen to the spot. Don't piss on a parade. Don't shred a big day. Don't ruin it for all concerned. And a drunken punch up at a wedding,
This promo CD appears on Discogs, suggesting that Punch Up was briefly considered as a possible single from Hail to the Thief. There are no words. Hail to the Thief finishes strongly with 3 absolute bangers in succession. This is a tragedy as it only highlights what the album could have been. Myxomatosis is a real beast of a song, especially when played live. The song dates all the way back to 1995, and possibly even earlier. Parts of the lyrics can be seen on the High and Dry single. The line, "I don't know why I feel so tongue-tied," also appeared on Cut Tooth. Once again, the song was premiered during 2002 with slightly different lyrics, which I will play for you now. these lyrics were reintroduced to live performances from 2006 onwards. A remix of this song by Christian Vogel, called Remixomatosis, appears on the 2+2=5 single. It sounds like something a 12-year-old would make for a school project. Seriously, what is it with shitty Radiohead remixes? And sadly the shitty remixes continue, this time Fortet is the perpetrator. One night in the early 2000s, Tom was watching the weather outside. Heavy winds excite him, and on this evening they were particularly fierce. The wind was so strong, it blew the roof off Tom's neighbour's house. In an interview with XFM, Tom described this as fantastic, either because he lives next to David Cameron or because he's just weird. It also provided the basis for Scatterbrain. Apart from different drumming, there are no significant differences between the 2002 and 2003 versions. In March 2000, Tom was recognised by a group of delinquents as he walked around Oxford. This was not an unusual occurrence. However, the beating he received was quite unusual. Tom refrained from contacting the police, believing that they would take no further action and simply blamed the victim for willing it on himself. This incident inspired A Wolf at the Door. Now here's a picture of a despicable group of men who belong to an elite society called the Bullingdon Club. Look closely and you'll see two future Prime Ministers. Boris Johnson is the cretin with the stupid hair sitting here. And this cunt here is David Cameron, an even bigger piece of filth who has probably done more damage to the UK than any other Prime Minister. Except of course this fucking hemorrhoid. The Bullingdon Club is known for its loutish acts, regularly smashing up any restaurant or public house should any of its staff fail to satisfy their every demand. The members of this club, all being spoilt rich bastards, rarely face any serious punishment for this, and instead their damage is simply cleared away until they return again. There are many such societies blighting the UK, and they certainly exist in places like Oxford, and this too provided much of the lyrics for A Wolf at the Door. The song is always a treat when played live, which sadly is very, very rarely nowadays.
Someone else is gonna come and clean it up. Gonna race for the job. Someone else does. I wish you get up, get over, get up, get over. Turn your take off. Keep the world from the door. But it falls.
Now we move into the B-sides and we start with Where Bluebirds Fly, which was used as the walk-on music from 2002 to 2004. This sparse electronic piece was never played live by Radiohead, but was played by the Nazareth Orchestra at the Ether Festival in 2005.
this paper bag. Go home, stop grinning at everyone. Blow into this paper bag. Go home, stop grinning at everyone. It was nice when it lasted, but now it's gone.
The eagle-eyed amongst you will have noticed that this is not Colin Greenwood on bass. It's actually Flea from the boring California-obsessed band Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's because Paperback Writer was never played live by Radiohead, but was played a few times by Tom's other band, Atoms for Peace. Paperback Writer is of course a nod to the Beatles, and that's all I've got, sorry. Easily the best B-side from this era, Gagging Order is a beautiful acoustic number that goes all the way back to Ed's diary. There were various attempts to record this song during the Kid A sessions, when the song was known as Move Along. Gagging Order was played a couple of times at acoustic shows during 2005 and never again after that. This absolute bilge was forced on the public on no less than 3 occasions. The first was an unwatchable webcast in the year 2000, and it sounds like this. The song was played on the 2002 Iberian tour in Salamanca. I was at that show, look, that's me there. At the start of the song, the crowd gasped in amazement at the prospect of hearing this rare and precious gem, now fully formed. By the end of the song, most of us were staring at our watches. I'd be very surprised if this was ever in contention for Hail to the Thief. Mind you, if Backdrifts was good enough for the record, then frankly any fucking thing is. I Am a Wicked Child was foisted on us for the 3rd time on the Go to Sleep single. There is nothing else to say here. Moving on. Absolutely nothing is known about this song. It was never played live and never spoken of by the band. It's pleasant enough but quite forgettable. It's hard to know which section to put this in, as the track was released exactly halfway between Hail to the Thief and In Rainbows. Radiohead recorded Lucky for a charity album called Help in 1995. At that time, the war in the Balkans was still raging. By 2005, the fighting was largely over, though even today it still breaks out occasionally. Children, particularly orphans, are still suffering. Help, A Day in the Life was released in 2005 and recorded under the same conditions as the original album. Each band had a single day to record their song. Radiohead chose I Want None of This, which is really just a Tom York solo track with the Radiohead name slapped on to boost the song's marketability. The song was recorded on 8th September 2005 and released the very next day as a download. I Want None of This is nowhere near as popular as Lucky and has largely become forgotten. It was played a couple of times on the 2006 tour. If the making of Kid A was torture, then In Rainbows was absolute hell. By this time, Radiohead were no longer tied down to a record contract. The band had gone from 1999 to 2004, releasing 3 albums and embarking on several world tours, and were in desperate need of a break. Tom used this time to release his debut solo album called Eraser. In 2005, the band reconvened. Looking for another new direction, the band initially decided to try other producers, and worked for a while with Spike Stent. However, these sessions were utterly fruitless. Nigel was brought back to the fold, and progress was made. The band decided to tour in 2006, road testing much of the material that would appear on In Rainbows. This included a now legendary show at the Bonnaroo Festival. Recording continued throughout 2006 and into 2007. Still, progress was sluggish. By September 2007, there were rumours that serious progress was being made. EMI licked their lips at the prospect of a new Radiohead record. After 4 long years since Hail to the Thief, Radiohead's fans were gagging for new material, and the bootlegs from the 2006 tour, which by now had been circulating for a whole year, had generated a lot of interest. There is an article on the Guardian's website detailing what happened, at least from EMI's point of view, over the next 3 weeks. The link is in the description. Basically, all hell broke loose. EMI were convinced that the band were going to re-sign. They held their back catalogue, and if the band signed for someone else, this would give EMI carte blanche to do whatever they wanted with it. This was a serious bargaining chip. Conversations between the band's management and EMI were going well, or so EMI thought. All the signs were good. It's not unheard of for bands to sign for other labels, but self-releases are generally reserved for those who can't get a record deal. So, Radiohead were almost done, EMI were going to get their signature, and everything would be rosy. Then, the shit hit the fan. Unbeknownst to EMI, the album was actually finished. Now the band had a bargaining chip, and they wanted the rights to their full back catalogue. Guy Hands, one of EMI's negotiators, was not willing to play ball. The situation became a staring contest, and somebody had to blink. On the 1st of October 2007, this message appeared on the band's website. The album was ready, and would be available for download just over a week later. There was no mention of a record company. In a further twist, fans were invited to pay whatever they damn well pleased, and many chose to pay nothing at all. This naturally became a major news story, as all kinds of people speculated on the future of the music industry and the ethics of such a release method. As well as the download, a box set was available, offering the entire album on CD and vinyl, plus a bonus CD containing 8 extra tracks. The disc box is a wonderful addition to anyone's collection, but it's quite sought after now, so you might need to save up a little bit first. This meant that Radiohead would relinquish control of their first 6 albums, and EMI soon set to work trying to wring as much money out of the band as they possibly could. I have already mentioned the collector's editions of the first 6 albums. As well as those, EMI tried to cash in further by releasing the Best of Radiohead. These releases infuriated the band, partially because they didn't want to remind the world that Coke Babies exists. As it happened, this was the last fart of a dying corpse, as Tom likes to put it. EMI was $4 billion in debt by 2011, and these releases essentially amounted to a desperate fire sale. EMI was acquired by Citigroup in 2011 and basically no longer exists. Whether the release method worked is a matter of conjecture. The band have never done it again, although this may be due to their innate desire not to repeat themselves, or maybe it just didn't make enough money. Anyway, back to In Rainbows. Once people stopped obsessing over the unique release method, the album itself was widely adored, with many claiming that the album represented a return to form. In Rainbows shows a depth and a warmth that had never been heard before from this band, and wouldn't be heard again until A Moon-Shaped Pool. Of all their albums, this is definitely the most human. None of that stops it from being a wonderful, wonderful record, and I personally love it to bits. There are 18 tracks to cover this time, so let's crack on.
I'm gonna open it. "15 Step" was used in a movie. It wasn't Seven, starring Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman. This was actually created by Adam Buxton for a 2007 webcast called Thumbs Down. It was used in this horrendous piece of shit. Anyway. "15 Step" is the first track on In Rainbows, and it may well be the best of the 9 album openers. Now take a look at this image. It comes from 2005 and it is very, very important. Study it carefully, as I shall be referring to this many times. This is a list of Radiohead songs that they were working on as of September of 2005. If you squint very carefully, it is on there. Now take a look at this image. It's another blackboard, this time taken in early 2006, and it shows a list of songs that the band were rehearsing for the upcoming tour. It's on there as well. 15 Step was debuted at a show in Copenhagen in May 2006. When the album was released in October 2007, 15 Step was one of the standout tracks. Once people stopped obsessing over the release method, people began to realise that In Rainbows was actually quite a good album, and in fact the band received a Grammy nomination in 2009. During the ceremony, Tom and Johnny performed the song with a marching band. I will try to put a clip here, though I suspect it's going to get copyright claim to all buggery.
I do not understand what it is I've done wrong. I'm full of holes, check for gold,
Body Snatchers does not have a particularly interesting history. The song was premiered during a show for Friends of the Earth in London. Here's a bit of that one. I like this song, so here's a nice long chunk of it. In contrast, there's a lot to say about Nude. This song goes all the way back to at least the Benz era, when Tom first mentioned the song in various interviews. There were attempts to record it for OK Computer. One recording can be found both on the mini-discs and the OK Not OK cassette. Here's a bit of that.
You don't stand a chance.
As far as the public were concerned, Nude got its debut at a show in Tokyo during 1998. A full band version, very similar to the recording I played earlier, was played several times on the final US leg of the OK Computer Tour in 1998. There's a recording on Meeting People is Easy, which comes from the second to last show in New York. This one comes from a few weeks before in San Francisco. As 98 turned to 99, fans began to speculate about the band's fourth album. Bootlegs had been circulating for a while at this stage, and Nude, rather like Big Boots, Lift, True Love Waits and Motion Picture Soundtrack, had become a favourite within the community despite never having been released. At this time, the song was known as Big Ideas. There were no known attempts to record the song for Kid A or Amnesiac, where the song clearly would have been out of place, but the song continued to be teased occasionally during concerts. Hail to the Thief came and went, and it seemed as though Big Ideas had come and gone too. Then in March of 2005, Colin had a brainwave. He found a new bass line that suited the song perfectly, and Tom began building a song around it. Finally, they were on to something. April 2005 came around. Tom, by now a passionate campaigner for the relief of third world debt, as well as fair trade, made an impromptu appearance at a vigil as campaigners marched on London to get that Blair fellow to do something about those starving Africans. Blair, of course, did fuck all. Tom played a 20-minute set, which included Nude. And here's a clip. Nude appeared on both the first and second Blackboard images, suggesting that this time They really had something. Finally, in May 2006, at Copenhagen, the brand spanking new version of Nude was played for the very first time. 2007 rolled around, and Radiohead fans were by now more or less begging for the band to get the bloody album finished. When they finally did, Nude was absolutely adored and remains one of their most popular songs. Arpeggi has something in common with Where Bluebirds Fly. They were both premiered at the very same show. Here's Tom, Johnny and 6 other Ond Martineau players, along with the Arab Orchestra of Nazareth at the Ether Festival in 2005. Arpeggi was played again at a show for Friends of the Earth in May 2006. Thereafter it was played at almost every show in 2006. Even at this stage, the song had become one of the favourites within the band. Again, I really like this one, so I'll just shut up. Songs like All I Need are incredibly frustrating. I want to say a lot about them, as I don't believe a track as good as this should be allowed to pass without more than a passing mention, but All I Need simply doesn't have much of a history. There is a nice alternate version though. In 2008, the band released a video called From the Basement, where they played most of In Rainbows plus a few older tracks. The version of All I Need is particularly nice. The song has been played live at almost every Radiohead show since 2008. Again, I'll just let it run for a bit.
That you choose to ignore. You all I need. You all I need. I'm in the middle of your picture, lying in the rain. I am a mark who just wants to share your light. I'm just an insect trying to get out of the night. I wanna stick with you because there are no others. Wake your eyes and shine it on again, off again, on again. Watch them fall like dominoes in pretty patterns. Fingers in the backward high, tingling, tingling, tingling. That's what you feel like, what you ought to, what you ought to. Reasonable, sensible, definitely come. Because I'm stuck. I thought you had it in you, but no. For no real reason, squeeze the juice.
It breaks my heart that there isn't more to say about Faust Arp. Perhaps it would help if I knew what the hell an ARP is. Anyway, this is a gorgeous song, and along with Reckoner was not played in 2006. This was a surprisingly tricky one to play live, and Tom and Johnny often got it wrong. I really wish I had more to say. Reckoner has a somewhat confusing history, so bear with me on this one. In 2001, a song called Reckoner suddenly appeared in the middle of the Amnesiac tour. You will recognise it, but not in the way you think. So that's actually Feeling Pulled Apart by Horses, which Tom and Johnny released as a single many years later. The song stayed like this until 2005. Here's Tom doing a solo version from the Fair Trade show. Reckoner appeared on both Blackboard images. Then something strange happened. Tom was attempting to write a new section for the song. After several weeks of trying to fit it into Feeling Pulled Apart by Horses, Tom realised something. This new section was actually a half-decent song in and of itself. Well, shit, said the band. They fleshed out this new composition, they put Feeling Pulled Apart by Horses on the back burner, and created this gorgeous piece we know today. For me, it's the highlight of the album. I'm not a fan of Tom's over-reliance on his falsetto, but here it works perfectly. The delivery on the line "Take Me With You" is close to divine. The strings are lush and beautiful. It is one of the band's finest achievements, and I include Nigel there. The version on the From the Basement video is particularly sublime. Some people consider House of Cards to be the low point of the album. All things are relative, of course. Even the worst track here is better than almost anything on Pablo Honey. It does drag on a bit though, doesn't it? House of Cards was previewed during that Fair Trade show, and here's a bit of that one.
This is a new song.
I just wanna be
The video is rather interesting though. It was made entirely without cameras, using technology and techniques that are way over my head. Helpfully, the band have a making of video on their YouTube channel. A song called Open Pick appears on both Blackboard images and got its debut during the Copenhagen show in May 2006. It was played a few more times that year. During 2007, the band correctly gave it the title Jigsaw Falling Into Place. Jigsaw was released as a single in 2008 with a video directed by Adam Buxton. The video was premiered on a webcast called Thumbs Down, which was broadcast in late 2007 to celebrate the album's release. The webcast was enormous fun and can be viewed online. Jigsaw was unfortunately quite difficult to play live, which is probably why it wasn't played again after 2009. Videotape was previewed in 2006 and immediately generated a huge amount of hype within the fanbase. Even in those far-off days, bootlegs would spread like wildfire, and one particular performance from the Hammersmith Apollo really caught the fans' attention. As far as the fans were concerned, this was the definitive version. No other version would do. Doubtless many fans would have been satisfied if the band had simply taken a soundboard recording and released that on the album, much like My Iron Lung, for example. For months you could barely move on Ateezweb or Mortigi Tempo for people talking about the Hammersmith version, as if this was the single greatest thing ever recorded. This went on and on and on for months, right up until the album's release. And then we heard it for the first time. Oh boy.
When I'm at the pearly gates, this will be on my videotape, my videotape. Never stop releases, just spinning, and is reaching up to grab me. This is one for the good days, and I have it all here in red, blue, green, in red, blue, green. You are my center when I spin away out of control.
Fans were incensed. How dare they not release the Hammersmith version? Videotape was a tricky one to record. Some of the lyrics were seen on the Radiohead website as far back as the Kid A era, suggesting it had already been around for quite some time. Initially, the band agreed with the fans, something like the Hammersmith version would be perfect. The same version was played several more times during 2006, but they just couldn't nail it. It was Johnny and Nigel who made the breakthrough in the end. They worked on the song in secret, stripping it down to the absolute bare essentials and adding the drum loop. Tom was initially annoyed, but grew to love it. Videotape depicts an elderly man recording his final message on an obsolete format. This is rather fitting, as the world was in a period of transition from physical media to downloaded content. Another version, this time Tom on his own, was released on the Jigsaw Falling Into Place single.
This is why I say goodbye, 'cause I can't do it face to face. I'm talking to you. No matter what happens now, you shouldn't be afraid, 'cause I know today has been the most perfect day I've ever seen.
We're on the bonus disc now, and we start with MK1, which is basically just a sample of Videotape with some effects added on. Moving on. Down is the New Up was played several times in 2006, and fans of the band begged them to put it on the record. Radiohead were desperate to oblige. Tom remarked that Down is the New Up was one of the best things Phil had ever done. However, the recording had no place on In Rainbows and became reduced to a mere B-side. This is arguably one of the band's strongest non-album tracks, but was never played live again after 2006. A real shame. During the Kid A tour, Radiohead would sometimes play The Thief by Can. If you don't know the song, it's worth checking out. In 2006, the band slowed the song down and created Go Slowly, which does bear more than a passing resemblance. It was played live occasionally until 2009. Remember what I said about melatonin? There is always a dud. Always. Guaranteed. If a keyboard could fart, this is probably the sound it would make. Moving on. Up on the Ladder was previewed in 2002 and was an early contender for Hail to the Thief. In those days, the song had a very different sound. The In Rainbows version was never played live. The only other recording we have is the one you're seeing now from a very intimate show in January 2008. Last Flowers goes all the way back to OK Computer. Several attempts at a recording appear on the mini-discs. Here's a couple of them. Last Flowers remained one of Tom's favourite tracks from this era and was sound-checked regularly on the OK Computer tour. By then it seems Tom had settled for a minimalist approach, and this is basically the version that appears on the In Rainbows bonus disc. Last Flowers was performed when Tom appeared on his own during an episode of From the Basement. The British love their unhealthy foods, and we love giving them weird names. This is some chips in a bun. It's called a chip stotty. This is a fruity dessert with suet, lemon zest and currants. It's called a spotted dick. Here's some sausages partially immersed in batter. For some goddamn reason we call this toad in the hole. And here are some more sausages, this time next to a big mound of creamed potato. This is bangers and mash. Sausages are normally filled with all kinds of crap that you would never normally eat, and during the Second World War, when meat was scarce, butchers had to find ways of bulking out their tubular meat products. I mean their sausages. A popular solution was water, and when you combine water with cooking oil, you get little explosions, hence the term bangers. Bangers mash was previewed at the first Copenhagen show, but it was never a real favourite with anyone, and certainly not a serious contender for the album. The lyrics are more of the snarling, angry kind, more associated with Hail to the Thief. Nevertheless, it was a popular live track, and in 2008, the song was played at almost every show, with Tom playing the drums in his now iconic red trousers.
Now, this is what you should do if you are out of doors when the warning sounds. Take cover at once when you hear the attack sound. If you cannot reach home in 10 minutes, take cover in the nearest building. If there is no building nearby, try to find some solid cover. If there is no solid cover, lie flat in a ditch or a hole and cover your head, face and hands as fast as you can with some of your clothes. If you hear the fallout warning, seek the nearest and best cover as quickly as you can. But before entering the building or cover, brush or shake off any fallout dust you may have picked up and get rid of it.
track called Bombers appears in Ed's diary. By then, Tom and Stanley already had a fascination with nuclear war. The song did not make it onto Kid A, although lyrically it would have fit perfectly, although perhaps it was a little bit too direct. Bombers became largely forgotten for the next 6 years until it suddenly appeared on the second Blackboard image, listing songs that the band intended to play on the 2006 tour. It was played at the Copenhagen show in May, by which time the title had changed to 4-Minute Warning. That's the version you're seeing now. This was a very tentative version, and you can see here that Tom is somewhat unsure about it. These Are My Twisted Words was leaked on a long-forgotten torrent site called what.cd in 2009. It is strongly suspected that the leak was perpetrated within the band as a way to test the waters for a potential release. These Are My Twisted Words was played a few times throughout 2009 and quite regularly on the King of Limbs tour, where the light show was rather wonderful. What's that? You want another history lesson? Well, okay. In 1914, a young Bosnian called Gavrilo Princip, member of a political movement called Young Bosnia, assassinated Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo, and you probably know where this is going. Austria-Hungary, of which Bosnia was then a part, declared war on Serbia for some goddamn reason. The conflict grew, and soon most of Europe was embroiled in a totally senseless and unnecessary war. Millions died, many from the conflict itself, and some from the appalling conditions in which they were forced to live. Millions of Britons went to war, and many did not return. One who did was a Lance Corporal Henry John Patch, better known as Harry, who lived well past his centenary year, eventually passing to glory on the 25th of July 2009 at the grand old age of 111. He was the last surviving British soldier from this war. In 2005, Patch gave an incredibly emotional interview with BBC Radio 4. In it, he described the appalling treatment that British soldiers received from their own commanding officers. It had been thought that Blackadder, a sitcom depicting the bleak conditions in the trenches and the incompetence and cruelty of the ruling elite, was a deliberate comedic exaggeration. If anything, it didn't go far enough. Tom listened to this interview and he was deeply moved. The song was actually written and recorded a few weeks before Patch died. A download was available for £1, and proceeds were donated to the Royal British Legion, a charity which seeks to help former members of the armed forces. The King of Limbs is named after a tree that one can find in the Savernake forest. The album was recorded nearby and released in February 2011, again barely a week after its completion was announced. There was a limited edition, this time featuring artwork in the shape of a newspaper. The outer packaging is said to degrade over time, so it is near impossible to keep in mint condition. This obviously pissed off a lot of collectors. Commercially and critically, it did not fare anything like as well as in Rainbows. The King of Limbs signalled yet another stylistic shift, which fans and critics alike should have been used to by now, but those who were yearning for more of the warmth and tunefulness of In Rainbows would be sorely disappointed. The album does not contain the same singable tracks as its predecessor, but it does touch on a range of subjects including birth, teenage angst, fatherhood, love, loss, and the acceptance of mortality. The band members were entering their late 40s at this time, so it's not surprising that death was beginning to loom in the backs of their minds. By the time of A Moon-Shaped Pool, it was very much at the fore. But there is a tenderness to these tracks. Of course I will get to them individually, but the 8 of them flow together beautifully to create a wonderful album, and I think it is highly underrated. Additionally, there are 2 further releases that I must draw your attention to at this stage. The first is another episode of From the Basement, in which every track is played live. This was released on DVD and Blu-ray and is available online. It is definitely worth sitting through. Secondly, and somewhat less spectacularly, there's the King of Limbs remix album. This was kind of a dick move. The band initially released these remixes on vinyl, 2 or 3 at a time, costing the devoted collector a fair bit of money. Then they released the whole damn thing on CD, making the vinyl purchases unnecessary for many people. The remixes themselves are not much to write home about. One reviewer criticised the collection, claiming that the remixers were just trying to sound like Radiohead. I have to agree, the band had already collaborated with many of these artists, and the whole thing feels a little bit like a circle jerk. But I will give each one a passing mention at the appropriate time. You may notice this section going by rather quickly. This is not a reflection on the quality of the songs. However, 6 of them were never mentioned at all before release. Radiohead did not do any touring in the run-up to this album, unlike every album that preceded it. They also did not keep much of a diary at this time, so information is often quite scarce. There are 13 songs to cover in this section, so let's crack on. Tom once watched a show called Blue Planet, an excellent BBC wildlife documentary featuring the 197-year-old David Attenborough. This inspired him to write Bloom, which represents yet another stylistic shift. Gone are the straightforward verses and choruses of In Rainbows, and so too are the simple melodies. What we have instead is a composition that sets the tone for the album, layer upon layer of instrumentation and rather complex rhythms. So complex in fact that Phil could not perform them live himself, and a second drummer had to be brought in. If you're not familiar with Clive Deamer, go and watch Portishead's Roseland NYC live video now, seriously. It is a thing of beauty. The collective noun for Jellyfish is a bloom, hence the title. I won't say too much more about the song because there's 7 bloody alternate versions to get through. I have already mentioned the From the Basement video, and the live version of Bloom is rather wonderful, and many say that it even knocks spots off the album recording. Then there's the 5 remixes from this bloody thing. I have already given my thoughts on the album as a whole, and I shall not waste time elaborating further. Here they are in no particular order. The Harmonic 313 mix. The Mark Pritchard mix. The Blawan mix, I think that's how you pronounce it. The Object mix. And finally the Jamie XX mix. Now we fast forward a few years. Hans Zimmer is doing the soundtrack to Blue Planet 2, another BBC production featuring a now 212-year-old David Attenborough. Among the tracks is one called Ocean Bloom. It's a lovely orchestral rendition with new vocals from Tom. There is an old English superstition. Spotting a single magpie is said to have the same effect as walking under a ladder, unless you perform some kind of ritual, which normally begins with saying, "Morning, Mr. Magpie." The exact nature of the ritual from there on varies on every telling, suggesting that this superstition might just be complete bullshit. You can almost hear the collective groans from the audience when the band chooses to play it live, instead of something more familiar like No Surprises or Fake Plastic Trees. It is not a massively popular song. In fact, it's another one that the band apparently ruined in the studio. Maybe the fans were expecting something like this, which was webcast in 2002 under the working title of Morning My Lord. The acoustic version suggested that the band were going to release a rocking 3-guitar version. Well, the version we have does use 3 guitars, just not in the way some people wanted. Oh well. In terms of the remix album, there are contributions from Nathan Fake, Pearson Sound, and Mode Selector. This for many is the low point of the album. I don't know why. Many people prefer the live version on From the Basement. Also, there isn't much to say about it. Little by Little was rarely played, even on the King of Limbs tour, and it's one of those songs that has no history. There are just 2 remixes this time by Caribou and Shed. Feral is another unpopular song, but it's pretty clear that the band were trying to make The King of Limbs a single cohesive piece, rather than the collection of bangers that we got within Rainbows. This may be why The King of Limbs is so heavily frowned upon compared to its predecessor. Within Rainbows, every single word was enunciated as if Grandad were on his deathbed trying to tell you the most important thing he's ever said. With Feral, the lyrics are so mumbled, you wonder if Tom even wants you to know what he's talking about. It's that emotional distance which, I think, makes this album so unpopular. Anyway, the version on From the Basement isn't bad. I can tell you anecdotally that it sounded amazing when played live, but it always got a rather muted reaction from the audience. Just the one remix this time, fittingly called the Lone Remix. The first sign of the album's imminent arrival was the release of the Lotus Flower video. There was no accompanying single release because by this time the very concept of releasing a single was fading into obsolescence. I'm not sure what I think of the video, but clearly Tom had a better time making it than he did here. Lotus Flower has actually been kicking around for a fair old time. It was first performed at an Atoms for Peace show in 2009 and sounded like this.
I will shake myself into your pocket, invisible. The I will shrink myself into your pocket, invisible. Do what you want. Do what you want. I was shaking, I'll disappear. I'll come to a groove and get me out, and cut me out. There's an empty space inside my heart. No one said you, but now I set you free. I set you free. There's an empty space inside my heart where the weeds take root. So now I set you free. I set you free. Slowly we unfurl as lotus flowers, and as the moon put us there, just to see what is, just to see what if. I can't kick your head in just to feed your fast polluted head. Listen to your heart.
Further performances were given in 2010. The first was a gig in January for the Haiti Relief Fund. The second was for a Green Party fundraiser. They were both Tom's solo performances, as the full composition had not yet been figured out. If they're any different, I'll put them here, otherwise you'll see a picture of a cat. Lotus Flower has become one of the band's most popular songs in recent years, and barely a show goes by without it being played.
Just to see what, just to see what. I can't kick it out, just to feel your face. Listen to your
The version on From the Basement is decent, and there are remixes from Jacques Green and Subtract these guys. We're into the second half of the album now, which many consider the best half. And I'm now going to give you another history lesson. This one won't be about people having their heads cut off this time, I promise. Many years ago, documents were written on scrolls, which depending on the length of the text, could reach several yards. It was rather annoying to stitch loads of sheets together and rather time consuming to roll it back up again. Around the time of Jesus, another method grew in popularity. This involved placing sheets of papyrus on top of each other and binding the sheets together down one side. This is called a codex. If you've ever picked up a book, you are familiar with this system. I'm stalling because there's not much else to say about this one, but it is beautiful. Johnny uses a Max MSP patch to make his contribution, and one day I'll figure out what the hell that means. Unfortunately, his services in this regard were not required beyond the end of the King of Limbs tour. Shame. The From the Basement rendition is equally lovely, and there is just one remix this time by Ilium Sphere. I've always interpreted this album as being a form of narration. In my interpretation, the narrator passed away in the previous track and is now alive again in some kind of afterlife, freed from the aches and pains of living, as if his earthly life was nothing more than a bad dream. I know nothing of the band's opinions on spiritual matters, nor do I intend to speculate on them here. The song first appeared in 2010 at the Green Party show, when it had the title Mouse Dog Bird for some goddamn reason. Anyway, here it is. Separator, along with Lotus Flower, appears to be one of the most popular songs on this album. I think that's because it's far more accessible than most of the other tracks. There are 2 remixes from Fortet and Anstam.
We'll wait.
Yeah, well.
Don't hurt me. Don't hold me. Don't hurt me. Don't hold me.
Easily the band's most blatant nod towards mortality, Give Up the Ghost is another beautiful one. The live performance is rather tricky as Tom creates samples of himself while he sings, which loop over and over and build into a multi-part harmony. The effect is wonderful when it works. Unfortunately, it's not unusual for crowd noise to get stuck in the loop. Here's the very first public performance from the Green Party show. Even here you can see he's having a little bit of difficulty.
seems impossible.
There are 2 remixes from Thriller and Broken Chord. There is one last remix on the album which has the title King of Limbs, so it technically counts as a whole new song. Like the others, it's a bit... that's all. If you glance at the newspaper stand in most UK shops, you'll see a variety of choices. There's The Mirror, aimed solely at morons who struggle with words longer than banter. There's The Sun, for absolute gibbering simpletons who find The Mirror too intellectual. There's The Daily Star, for the type of barely human uber-cretin who finds The Sun a little too cerebral. There's The Guardian, generally aimed at soft lefty types who have panic attacks if you misgender their cat. And there's the Daily Mail, which pumps out endless xenophobic right-wing propaganda, much of it deliberately exaggerated. 8 billion illegal immigrants expected over the next 3 weeks, that kind of thing. The Daily Mail is far from the worst offender here, and indeed most UK newspapers have some kind of political bias, and none of them are particularly concerned with honesty, which is why most of them are suffering declining sales. But it would appear that Tom reserves a special hatred for this particular publication. The Daily Mail started off life called A Pig's Ear, and can be found on the 2005 Blackboard image, suggesting that it goes back to before In Rainbows. There is a horn section, although this rarely appears in live versions unless the band are playing for TV. 2 versions of Daily Mail have seen a release. There is the one on the From the Basement DVD, and then there's a studio version which was released along with Staircase, and it appears to be the exact same thing. Rather like Lotus Flower, Staircase was originally performed on the Atoms for Peace tour. Here's a bit of that.
I'm sending a chopper to steal you away. There it goes. Let me take control. Let me take control.
A full band live recording is on the From the Basement DVD, and that's all I've got, sorry.
How do we start this?
A track called Solutions was featured on the first Blackboard image in 2005. A reminder, this image contains tracks that the band were working on at the time in the lead up to In Rainbows. A second Blackboard image taken a few months later shows tracks that were being prepared for the 2006 tour. By this time the song had vanished, suggesting it wasn't ready. By 2008 it was getting there, and Super Collider was played a few times on the In Rainbows tour. The band did intend to record it for The King of Limbs, but didn't have a version ready in time, and the song was relegated to B-side status. It did get a physical release though. The changing winds of the public's music consumption had more or less blown away CD and vinyl sales by 2012, and even the larger chains like HMV, Virgin and R-Price were closing stores left, right and centre. Smaller independent stores stood even less of a chance, and many of those also fell by the wayside. As a way of encouraging more people to get their arse through the door, an initiative called Record Store Day was created. Many artists would contribute exclusive releases for this cause, including Radiohead, who offered a vinyl containing Super Collider and The Butcher. The copies were sold very quickly, and of course many of them appeared on eBay within a femtosecond, because people are bastards. The Butcher was released with Super Collider. It's a beautiful song, but it was never played live. In fact, it's the only song in this section that doesn't appear on From the Basement, so there's not much to say. A Moon-Shaped Pool is Radiohead's 9th and possibly their last album. It's now been 7 years since its release, and there appear to be no plans on the horizon for a 10th. Various band members have dropped vague hints that maybe something might happen in the far future, but Tom and Johnny seem far more interested in the Smile these days. There was talk of a bit of touring during 2021, but COVID blasted that idea out of the water, and there hasn't even been the smallest whiff of a rumour since then. A Moon-Shaped Pool was recorded throughout 2015 and released in May 2016. The first clue to the album's existence came in March 2016, when tour dates began appearing. In late April, fans began receiving postcards with lyrics to a track called Burn the Witch. Finally, the album was released in early May 2016. A Moon-Shaped Pool is a gorgeous album which explores the themes of love, loss, anxiety and mortality. There are very profound reasons for this, and I will get to them shortly. First, there are two other tracks I need to talk about.
He pulls a ripcord, right? And a parachute comes out, and it's got a Union Jack on it.
Michael!
That's how it ends!
That's not the end of the beginning. The end of the beginning goes like this. Glang, glang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang. Glang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang. Nobody does it better. And I'm a naked woman in silhouette with a gun, spinning round. Makes me feel sad for the rest. Nobody does it. Oh, bit of nipple. Quite as good as you. Baby, you're the best. And now really big bounce right over, and I land on my feet. I wasn't looking. And somehow you found me. Oh, bit of bush. I tried to hide from your love life.
Baby, you're the best. I wasn't looking, but somehow you found me. I try to hide from your love.
Most James Bond movies have the same basic structure. There's the cold opening, followed by the opening credits, in which various silhouettes of ladies dance in front of a surreal background while some music plays. This music is traditionally known as the Bond song, at least in the UK, and is incredibly lucrative for any artist lucky enough to be chosen. Radiohead have tried to achieve this on several occasions. Apparently Man-O-War was originally conceived for this purpose, but the Broccoli family weren't interested. In 2015, the band were actually approached by Sam Mendes and Daniel Craig, who were both fans of the band, and it seemed as though they were a shoo-in. One unknown individual, possibly with insider knowledge, placed a £15,000 bet at William Hill. Unfortunately, Spector was rejected. The poor man lost his 15 grand, and the band lost the 3 weeks it took to record the song. Understandably, the band were a little bit pissed off. It didn't help that the producers decided to go with this colossal bellend instead. This presented a problem, as Radiohead now had a completely worthless song on their hands. Spector was never in contention for A Moon-Shaped Pool. The band released it as a free download on Christmas Day in 2015. The song was played live a couple of times and also released on the limited edition Moon-Shaped Pool box set. Also appearing on the box set was Ill Wind, a rather forgettable song that was never played live and never talked about by the band. Moving on.
What's free to you mean?
What's free to me?
Yeah.
Same thing it is to you. You tell me.
No, you tell me. No.
It's just a feeling. It's just a feeling. I'll tell you what freedom is to me. No fear. I mean, really, no fear.
During the arduous recording sessions for Kid A, Ed kept a diary, which I've already mentioned several times. Some of the entries mention a song called Innocent Civilian, an intriguing number which was stored on a tape somewhere in the studio. At some point, to Ed's dismay, the tape mysteriously vanished. Fans speculated wildly about the location of the tape, who might have stolen it, and what it may contain. After a few weeks, Ed revealed that the whole thing was a damn hoax. He simply needed a way to break the relentless tedium. For a while, Burn the Witch had the same legendary status. A song with this title appears on the 2005 Blackboard image, and naturally, such an intriguing title caused a great deal of interest. But Burn the Witch goes back even further. Take a look at this image from the Hail to the Thief artwork, and you'll see some of the lyrics. Only the band knows exactly how old this song is. The song was teased occasionally at various concerts, but In Rainbows came and went, and so did The King of Limbs, and no further mention was made. Despite repeated attempts to wring information out of the band, they remained tight-lipped. Fans began to speculate that maybe Burn the Witch was another hoax. Now, set the scene. Imagine it's April 2016. You're sitting at home, and you hear the post arrive. You open one piece of mail, which is a simple brown envelope with no return address. Inside you see this. Bit ominous, isn't it? Of course, most of the nerdier fans recognised what it was instantly, and a few days later, Burn the Witch was released as the first single. The video is a colourful and interesting piece, mixing the storyline of The Wicker Man with the art style of Trumpton. This did not go down well with the creators of Trumpton, who claimed that they were never asked for permission. In May 2016, the band played the song for the very first time at a show in Amsterdam. Unfortunately, it's a bit shit. Despite persevering with it right up until 2018, they just couldn't work out a decent live version. I said earlier that this album explores various themes, love, loss and dying in particular. Daydreaming explores all three. The song is an absolute masterpiece. Every line is dripping with profundity, and Johnny's heartbreaking piano playing accompanies the hopeless lyrics perfectly. I have tried to avoid talking about the band's personal lives throughout this video. Sometimes this is rather difficult. With Daydreaming it's going to be impossible. I will try to cover this with as much sensitivity as I can manage. For 23 years, Thom Yorke was in a relationship with Rachel Owen. The couple met in 1992, married in 2003, and separated in 2015. Look closely at the video for Daydreaming, a gorgeous film directed by Paul Thomas Anderson, and you'll see all kinds of symbolism. Tom walks through 23 doors, representing the 23 years of his relationship with Rachel. If you look closely at the 9 figures in the background here, you'll see there are 9 of them, representing the 9 Radiohead albums. In 2016, far worse news was to come. Rachel Owen was losing her battle with cancer. By November of that year, she sadly passed to glory. Touring commitments still had to be met, and Thom Yorke, at times visibly distraught, bravely soldiered on. In addition to this, Nigel Godrich's father died shortly before the album was finished. As the band members themselves entered their 50s, it's not surprising that mortality was very much on their mind. I'm telling you this now because some of these events clearly dictate the mood of this record. This is most evident in the very next track, Dex Dark. There isn't much to say about Dex Dark in terms of its history, as the song appeared on A Moon-Shaped Pool without ever having been mentioned previously. The lyrics, however, are some of the darkest in the band's history. Given the saddening events I mentioned a moment ago, that isn't surprising at all. Dex Dark was played live at almost every show in 2016 and quite rarely after that. Full Stop was played during the 2012 King of Limbs tour, where it had a gorgeous light show. The live version is really a carbon copy of the studio recording. It's a great song, but again there isn't much else to say. The following passage includes a description of a panic attack which some people may find a little bit upsetting. Panic attacks are joyful experiences. Generally they come in three phases. Firstly, the trigger, where one feels a sudden sense of unease. This can be caused by a particular future event, or can start for no discernible reason, and can become so foreboding that one feels a strong urge to go and find a safe resting place. Tom describes the feeling of wanting to buy another ticket so that he can turn around and go home. It's a very depressing feeling. Once the panic sets in, we enter the second phase where the physical symptoms begin to intensify. The symptoms can include headaches, extreme nausea, lightheadedness, pins and needles, numbness and aching limbs. It really does feel as though the body is in the process of imploding. You wouldn't wish it on your worst enemy, and you'd certainly give anything to make it stop. Here, Tom describes longing for a path leading to the forest, from which he will never return. Those of us who suffer with panic attacks know this feeling very well. But the panic can't carry on intensifying. It's all a lie, you see. There are no reports of anyone ever dying from a panic attack, even though you feel convinced that this will happen. Eventually the body's defense mechanism kicks in and the attack enters the third phase, as the brain returns to some kind of normality. The sufferer may feel extremely tired at this point and certainly quite emotional, sometimes even elated, as the endorphins kick in. I think this is what the song's title refers to, as well as the line, "I feel this love to the core." Glass Eyes perfectly describes all three phases. It is not a crowd pleaser, and was only played live a couple of times. It is, however, possibly the finest song Tom has ever written. Apart from Daydreaming and True Love Waits, Identikit is possibly the most heartbreaking song on the album. The song was played live a few times in 2012, and many people prefer this version. What do you think?
Sweet face ones with nothing left inside. That we all can love. That we all can love. That we all. Sweet face ones with nothing left inside. That
Unfortunately, I think the band dropped a real clanger here. It's not an awful song in terms of composition, and the song is well intended, but the lyrics are like something you'd expect to see on the Facebook page of an edgy 14-year-old tree-hugging vegan atheist. The song practically bashes you around the head with its message, with a cheesiness that really doesn't belong on a Radiohead album. The Numbers was first previewed during the very same show where we first heard Desert Island Disc. Here's a clip of that.
See the moon smile, open our channels, ready to see. When at the mercy of your shimmers and spells, your shimmers and spells, your shimmers and spells.
Later on, Tom and Johnny performed another version with a CR78 drum machine. Sorry, I know some Radiohead fans really like this one, but I despise it. I'll leave it running for a bit anyway.
Ready to see is when I had the mercy of a shimmer of spell, shimmer of spell. It's not somewhere else. It's not somewhere else. It's not somewhere else.
The band immediately earned their redemption with Present Tense, a song that was first played by Tom during a show at Latitude Festival in 2009. Here's a clip.
This dance, this dance is like a weapon, like a weapon of self-defense, self-defense against the present, against the present, present tense. I won't get heavy, no, don't get heavy, keep it light.
I'm just going to let this one play because I love it so much.
self-defense against the present, against the present, the present tense.
You've probably noticed by now, but I've presented the tracks in alphabetical order. This is because the album's track list reflects the pattern. Until this point, the titles have at least borne some relation to the song. All of that flies out the window with Tinker Tailor Soldier Sailor Rich Man Poor Man Beggar Man Thief. Tinker Tailor is a traditional counting song commonly heard in the US and UK. The song was played live a couple of times, and the string section in this song is particularly lush and wonderful. I tried really hard to find something interesting to say about this song, as I bloody love it, but it just isn't happening, sorry.
This is a brand new song nobody's heard before.
In contrast, there is a lot to say about True Love Waits, and we could be here a while. Fear not, dear friends, as we are now on the home stretch. This is the very last song I will be covering. True Love Waits spans the band's entire career. Nobody outside the band is entirely sure when it was written. Apparently Tom once read an article about a mother who left her child locked in a room with nothing but potato snacks and confectionery to live on. This inspired the Lollipops and Crisps line. True Love Waits got its live debut in December 95. The song was accompanied by a beautiful keyboard part from Johnny. Despite being a slightly shonky unofficial recording, True Love Waits became one of the band's most popular songs within the hardcore fanbase, as the song spread like wildfire on early bootlegs. For a while, True Love Waits had the title Mortigi Tempo, which is Esperanto for killing time. Recording sessions for OK Computer began in January 1996. The band were desperate to get a version recorded, and they tried again. And again. Again. None of these versions was acceptable and the song fell by the wayside. Then came the Kid A sessions. By this time the 1995 recording had been circulating for a whole 4 years, and fans of the band were begging them to nail it in the studio and release it officially. No dice. Phil Selway possibly spoke out of turn by saying that it would definitely appear on the next album, but once again, the band just couldn't figure it out. Ed's diary makes several mentions of True Love Waits, but the song continued to frustrate the band. As mentioned earlier, parts of a studio recording were used to create Pulp Revolving Doors, and a recording was released on the Kid Amnesia bonus disc. Tom York began playing the song as a solo acoustic number during 2001. Here's a clip. In 2001, after dozens of attempts to make a successful recording, the band said fuck it, and released a live version on the I Might Be Wrong EP. Unfortunately, Even Nigel Godrich admitted that this may have been a mistake. After that, it seemed as though the song was more or less dead and buried. It is not known whether True Love Waits was in contention for Hail to the Thief, In Rainbows or The King of Limbs. And then, to everyone's surprise, True Love Waits was finally released in May 2016, and there is absolutely nothing shitty about this version. After 2 decades of experimenting with an acoustic guitar, all kinds of electronica, and Johnny's various keyboards, the band settled for a minimalist approach. It is a fitting and poignant end to this album, and possibly the perfect closing chapter in Radiohead's career. Let's hope not. And that's it. Unless Radiohead are absolute bastards and release a new song while this is uploading, we're done. It just remains for me to give a few specific thanks. The first is citizeninsane.eu, which provided a great deal of the trivia for this video. The second is Reddit, who despite the endless shitposting were another useful source of information. The third is you. Whether you watched the whole thing or just bits of it, thank you very much for watching. And lastly, thank you to the band, without whom none of this would have been possible and none of these memories would exist today. And finally, a reminder, do not hit subscribe because I am never making another video like this. Thank you.